What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Why is my screen so... What the fuck? Why is my screen so big? I guess it can stay like this, I think. Damn, we have we have a lot of attendance from the get-go. Kinda surprised. Usually, like one person is here at the start of the stream. Got 2 or 3 new suggestions. If you're interested, sure, go ahead. The docket is full. The docket is definitely full for today, but you know, I can always just put it on there and leave it for the next stream. And I got my chat set up here. Oh. So yeah, I just finished editing the Homeward 3 video yesterday, and it's gonna go up today, like as a separate reaction video. And I gotta say, I think that's my favorite reaction I have ever done to anything on this channel so far, because the banter, like when I was editing it, I was laughing my ass off. The fucking banter between me and you guys went insanely hard in that reaction. Mostly because I was actually just losing my mind over how bad Homeward 3 was. But like yeah, there was some fucking good bits in there. Um also yeah, the ratio of just me watching Mandalore's video to actual discussion and to actual discussion and just talking about the game was pretty high, because this video is like an hour and 20 minutes or something, while the original is like 45 minutes. It's crazy. Also, yeah, whoever suggested reacting to Genesis Rising first was definitely like the way to go, because that enhanced that video so much. I still can't believe how much they fucked it up. Jesus Christ. And yeah, this is pretty much the card for today. This I wanna talk about in a second, actually, and explain why it's there. So yeah, Planet of the Apes 2001 reboot by Pointless Hub. Then the newest video by MandaloreGaming. Finally, I'm gonna react to the Journeyman Project by Ross, and ended up with Sacrifice by Mandalore, which looked like a fucking weird game. I just launched the video to see what it is, and that looks like a weird game and a fucking half, man. Woolly versus the Forgotten History of Reboot. I don't know if I might have actually seen that video, because I actively like watch Woolly versus in my I actively watch Woolly versus in my spare time. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna.
Hi, hey, hello, hey there. Thanks for click and play. I'm an irrelevant YouTuber. My opinions don't matter, and I'm sitting here with a microphone feeling some kind of way because never in my life have I had a subject is that this awful, long-winded, dry, red introduction to this video will serve to convey the similar state.
I might have skipped. Oh fuck! I didn't actually add it. I might have skipped this video only on the premise that at the time I wasn't that interested. But over the years, like, Wooly is known for his love for the reboot. Where the fuck is? What is happening? Where is add to watch later? Am I drinking stupid pills? Oh my fucking god. But like over the years, Wooly has talked about reboots so much that I actually got kinda interested in the topic. And also, yeah, that one mention where you said that one of the kid characters loses his fucking eye is crazy. I don't know if he actually does he elaborate on that plot point in his video. It's safe now. YouTube is just being stupid as usual, changing things that work just fine. So I'm not that crazy. Okay, good to know. The worst anime you can't stop watching. 1 year ago. What the fuck is this about? Oh, it's about 7 Deadly Sins. This one I'm not 100% sure on. I am like very much not interested in 7 Deadly Sins, I'm afraid, but you know, I will sit on it. I will sit on it and like see if that's something I will eventually get onto. But yeah, do I need to refresh this? Yeah. But the reboot thing I'm way more likely to... Yeah, the reboot thing I will definitely check out. Never played Sacrifice, but it looks like a trip. Sacrifice is really cool. It's a really good video. Fair enough. I just like went through the Mandalore backlog and since when I watch Darkest of Days, I will be again caught up to everything he did up to now for a like really long time back. So I just went to the backlog and picked a video that seemed like the most interesting. On that note, I think this is at this point I have either more or the same amount of reactions to Mandalore stuff that I have for Seth Sintaj. Like, for a long while when this channel first like started out, I just reacted to Seth because his reactions to his stuff like attracted so much more fucking viewers. It was insane. Like anything else, I thought like, okay, people just don't care about even like me reacting to this, so whatever. And so I made a bunch of Seth reactions. I reacted to like his entire fucking channel, not counting like some really weird stuff he did, like reading fan fiction. So like it's kind of wild to for me that Mandalore has finally caught up. My Mandalore reactions amount have finally caught up to Seth Sintaj. Is it Sintaj or Sintach? I once again forgot the spelling. Just to warn you, Wooly has some Homeward 3 level salt. at the end of his reboot video because of how the property was treated after it was finished. Oh yeah, I know, man. Like every time he talks about reboot, you can feel the salt in his voice. I know there's gonna be some like even that introduction. You just know that is a man who was fucking hurt by some studio executives. And I don't blame him. It sounds like, you know, Reboot went through quite an arc. The one positive thing I can say about Seven Deadly Sins is that the author had the absolute balls to repeat the same character arc like 3 times in a row. That just sounds like dementia, man. Mother's Basement covers that by copy-pasting the same script when it happens. What the fuck? What is this, like, Endless 5 bullshit, man? Or whatever, or Endless 8, whatever it was called. I gotta turn off the Chinese spyware called Riot Vanguard. Give me a second. And the American spyware called Discord. And yeah, so on top of all of the videos I wanted to react to today, I put the secret level trailer. I'm gonna spend like 10 minutes maximum talking about this, but it's very fucking interesting. I don't know if you guys have seen it. I literally watched it this morning before putting on the stream. And since it pertains to Warhammer, I think it's gonna be at least of some interest to people on the channel. So I thought, you know, we should we can like watch it and just talk about it because, like I said, very interesting stuff. I have not seen it. That is good. That is good. The only time I saw something like that was a series called Gare, where the author gave everyone amnesia twice to do the same story 3 times. What the fuck? But why though? But why though? Bro was running out of deadlines or what? So yeah, secret level. Secret level right off the bat, it's very interesting because it's called secret level official reveal trailer, and then it says God of War, Mega Man, and more, and it's on IGN, and it has fucking Kratos in the title, and you are like, so it has Kratos in it, but it's not God of War. What the fuck are we doing here? Why is Mega Man involved? So, ever since Alan Wake levels of hack, probably. And I was immediately interested because of that. Because it seemed like a weird mix, but it makes sense when you go into the trailer. I think they were just contracted to do more chapters. The story had a solid ending the first time, then it just wouldn't die. That was my first guess. So glad that my fucking senses are this sharp. Is this like when Kratos was in Shovel Knight? Kratos was in Shovel Knight? Are you fucking kidding me? He is. What the fuck? I didn't know that. Man, I really need to play Shovel Knight. I know there's a bunch of just like fucking Battletoads in there. There's a bunch of other like he was a secret boss. Okay. there's a bunch of characters in like Shovel Knight. Of course, it's fucking PlayStation version. So no, this is not that. This is not even a video game. This is Amazon actually putting the heat on with video game adaptations, and I think this is one of the best ideas they had yet. So yeah, let's run through the trailer, you know. It starts with some good old Ultramarines, I believe, fighting demons? Yeah, it's demons. And you are like, whoa, fucking Amazon is doing Warhammer now? What?
It's time.
And then it cuts to Sifu and whatever this is.
It is you. You will open the door. Because you are the chosen. All those moments. It's a new adventure.
Like literally 1 second of fucking Kratos from Ragnarok and Jin from Ghost of Tsushima.
For you.
The fact that we're gonna talk about it too,
You
but
have a game to
holy
play.
fuck, man. So yeah, it's a collection of short stories based on different video games, and the fact normally I would be like, okay, that's a pretty cool idea, but the fact that this is made by people who made Love, Death plus Robots, and I am immediately thinking it's it's a masterpiece. For those of you who don't know, Love, Death plus Robots was a series of short stories quite like this, where each episode was different art style, different director, different story, and they focused vaguely on the future and technological advancement. So it had some pretty cool and pretty deep stories, and others were just fucking awesome, mindless fun. And like the fact that Pac-Man is in this is kinda crazy. So Love, Death plus Robots, like, creators know what they are fucking know what they are doing when it comes to episodic format like this. So I am very interested in this. Yet to watch it, but I really wanna. If my grandma's Netflix account wasn't so spotty, if you get a chance, watch it. It's fucking awesome. I think the very first episode is one of my favorites. It's like I don't wanna get into it, but it's like about this genius artist that fucking painted asteroids fields blue, and he tells his story to a journalist, during which the big plot of the big plot twist of the episode is revealed. One of the episodes of Love, Death plus Robots, my favorite one by far, has nothing to do with the future, so they kinda betrayed the whole premise. But it's like a 25-minute. It is one of the longest ones. A crew of a fishing boat, like in the fucking 1700s, pulls a literal nightmare out of the sea. It's like a zombie creating hive mind, and it gets trapped in their brig, and the hive mind kind of strikes a deal with them that if they bring it to port in a populated city, it will let them go, but they also need to sacrifice one person of the crew to the hive mind like once every 2 days or something. And like they are fucked because the hive mind can just sink their ship, and the hive mind cannot steer the ship itself. It needs the sailors. And the whole episode is about the Capitan trying to avoid mutiny, trying to avoid his throat slit and getting sacrificed, and trying to save the people like of the civilized world by not delivering this fucking nightmare creature to the port. And it's so good, man. It is like really fucking solid. Yeah, Zima Blue is the first one. Watch this as half-minute clips on YouTube. That is exactly how I shown my friend like the first episode, because this series is really fucking hard to track on the internet to, you know, try it before you buy it. Like there's a bunch of other like really cool shorts. One of them is just like about heavy augmented like heist crew doing heists in the future and shit. So and others are just comedic shorts, you know. There is one where it's like 3 robots exploring Earth as a vacation spot after it was completely wiped, after humanity was wiped. And it's a comedic short. One of the robots is literally GLaDOS. It's like a triangle on wheels, and it has this female, very robotic voice. And she's so fucking snarky. I love it. And yeah, it's basically a short story where the robots just make fun of how humanity functioned and how we went out. It's pretty cool. I've seen most of the series, but I missed that one. It's I think it's in the newest season. I think like they dropped 2 seasons back to back, and then the 3rd season was released after a while. Because I know the 3 robots also had a part 2 in the season 3. I think it was season 3. And then the short I was talking about with the ship. Well, short. It was pretty long for a short. The short I was talking about was also in that season. So, and yeah, so this will contain. Somebody wrote all of the things down. So this will be 15 episodes, and 15 logos have appeared. So, so it is. It's kind of easy to assume that each of these gets 1 episode. And we have Warhammer, obviously, Unreal Tournament, New World. PlayStation gets their own episode, I think. So Kratos and Jin and like every single other PlayStation thing that appeared, seemingly, at least in my opinion, it seems like they will appear in 1 episode. And then like Dungeons and Dragons has its own episode, The Outer Worlds, Pac-Man, Honor of Kings, I have no idea what this is. Armored Core, Mega Man, Exodus. Again, is Exodus that new free-to-play thing on Steam? I'm not sure. Spelunky out of all things. That is wild. Crossfire, Concord. Out of all things PlayStation has, they gave Concord the fucking standalone episode. Oh yeah, I am in the way of this. Wait, let me move for a second. And then Sifu. Sifu did seem very interesting because it's like the art style is so... For every single Sifu scene, the art style is so much... Like, it's so different, man. And like Warhammer, I mean, come on, this is just... Where is that scene where he fucking... basically crashes through a tank or something. Fucking crazy. What is it?
You.
Oh, there it is. Like, come on, that is fucking cool, man. Those has to be orcs, right? Or is it still like chaos? Kind of hard to tell. Oh, that's fucking cool. Concord should have been... They were definitely banking on Concord being a success. They might be trying to bring it back. Could be chaos with all of the chains, yeah, and also like on the top there are like those could be like those symbols the chaos fucking chaos marines love hoisting everywhere, so I am very interested in saying this. Very interesting. Could also be cultists. Also very true, because they kinda look like some normal-sized dudes. Spelunky lends itself to a short. That is kind of true, like, you know, Indiana Jones style adventure thing. I mean, it literally, the game is literally that. So, Concord should have been Payday in space, judging by its trailer. You know what's funny about that? Payday 3 is in such disarray that people would love a good Payday alternative, so yeah, it should have been like co-op focused instead of fucking PvP. Just to recommend it again, the Paria Nexus would also be worth checking out. Is that a channel or... Oh, that's like a fucking... that's like a TV series? It has 3 episodes. How strange. A Necron dynasty dominant for eons rises in depths of the Nephilim sector. Man, fucking Necrons. I am really excited to play because yeah, I put on this note sorta. It's a very short series with great animation. In the vein of this, I just wanted to say I put more hours into Warhammer 40k Mechanicus. I am like literally at the tail end of that game now, so I will finish it probably this week. Like I have 2 more bosses to go, including like the last boss, so you know. And like seeing this series focus on Necrons, I'm like, man, I really want to experience something Warhammer related that has to do with other factions, because I am kind of tired of just looking at Adeptus Mechanicus and the fucking Necrons. Mechanicus is a great game that I will never in my life replay again. It's like a 7 or an 8. It's like a straight 7 or 8 out of 10. So it's a great game. I could easily recommend it to people. But like, I wouldn't want to replay it because I think some aspects of it really drag it down. Like the exploring the levels itself is so barren. It barely feels like a fucking gameplay mechanic. I really wish the exploration was different. And I saw, because every time I launch the game now, it says to wishlist Mechanicus 2 on Steam. And like from a couple of screenshots I saw of Mechanicus 2, it will have completely different like exploration. So I am very excited about that game. So yeah, just wanted to talk about secret level. Awesome idea, I think. Definitely can't relate. I hope that a tomb complex start rising in my backyard today. Can't have too much of Necrons. God damn. I mean, that might be different for me because I don't have that much exposure with Warhammer related things yet, so I just wanna see what the other factions have to offer. And like, you can clearly see that some factions get the spotlight way more often than others in like video games and stuff. By the way, there is a secret mission in Mechanicus you can only see if you hold the scan button while in the bridge. I know. I figured this out when I read like all of the achievements, because one of them said do the secret thing and I was like, what fucking secret thing? And then I did this and I was like, this is dumb. Why did they hide like additional content that might have been interesting to some people behind this? So I kind of hate it, to be honest. But I mostly hate it because looking at achievements, I was most interested in the percentage completion. Because when you go from the top and it's like the first achievement, you know, it's like 80% have this achievement, you know. And I was interested to how many people actually went from the beginning of the game and actually beat the last boss, and how the percentages fall off. It's kind of depressing to me. I think a lot of people retired Mechanicus mid playthrough from the stats I seen, and that's kind of depressing because it's a game that deserves like more attention. But I definitely agree with some of that sentiment that there could have been a little bit more, I guess. But the music is so fucking good. The music and the presentation are like 10 out of 10. Holy shit. And that will definitely change your perspective. I have a soft spot for Necrons, and they had been shafted for a long time before they hit their stride the last couple of years. Oh yeah, that is also true. I am not like that familiar with... I am not that familiar with the history of the IP, so Necrons like having this resurgence is probably actually like really great. But yeah, just like I said, I just wanted to see some other factions. I wonder if I didn't actually pay that much attention. I wonder if Mechanicus 2 is actually about it's obviously gonna be about Adeptus Mechanicus, it's in the title, but who is going to be the enemy? Maybe they will do the Helldivers thing where you fight like different fronts. That would be cool. And yeah, just to sign off on this secret level thing, I wanna say somebody, because the Mega Man is literally in the fucking title, right? So Mega Man is another big one. I mean, it's a big IP. I just wanted to say, somebody, I need to definitely do this. Somebody in the comments section said something so fucking hilarious. I kinda had to laugh at it a little bit. So somebody joked that Capcom. Capcom will put Mega Man into literally fucking everything, but they will not make a new game about him. And somebody said that if this takes off, maybe they will see that people are interested in Mega Man and make a new game for him. And I was laughing my fucking ass off for 15 minutes after reading that comment. Remember when Castlevania, the animated series, massively took off and attracted like the Netflix normies? And then Konami made like 5 games about 5 new Castlevania games. Yeah, me neither, because they didn't make a single fucking game after it took off. People are so coping about this, about Mega Man getting a new game. It's honestly kind of hilarious. And sad, because the mistreatment of those IPs like Mega Man, like Castlevania, are fucking criminal. But people need to like get that cope IV out of their veins. Like, holy. Apparently Necrons are playable in Mechanicus too. Oh, that is fucking awesome, man. Oh, that would make so much sense gameplay-wise. Like, you have to cover your unit while it's recovering. That would be fucking cool, man. Styling on Tau for the funnies would be fucking cool. Konami are too smart for us normal humans. You just don't get their business strategy. I mean, you say that ironically in my chat, but there are people out there who think like that, and it's fucking insane to me. There was another thing, because I googled something about Concord after this trailer. I googled how many people played Concord. And it's articles upon articles upon articles that Concord fucking had 2K people playing the beta, which is a massive flop. And there was a fucking Reddit thread. I shit you not. There was a Reddit thread about this, and one of the top comments was, "Oh my god, of course this game is dead on arrival. Look at how people are happy about its failure. The gaming landscape is so icky nowadays, where gamers are playing for downfall of games." And I'm like, you disingenuous motherfucker. Gamers are tired of companies not listening to their demands. We do not want another fucking soulless 5v5 game out there, especially if it's a new IP, because Marvel Rivals is an exception to this, because it's fucking Marvel and people are like, this makes sense to make with such a strong IP. But like, everybody, if they run this idea of Concord through the community, everybody would say this idea fucking sucks. That's why people are happy for its downfall, because it's another point for the quote-unquote gamers at large, because maybe then companies will start listening to us saying, we want a new Castlevania game, we want a new Mega Man game, man. Like, people fucking defending Concord or Reddit are special kind of breed. Holy. I can't understand why companies are so dumb. I will always go back to Games Workshop killing Warhammer Fantasy 1 year before Total War Warhammer came out because they thought it wouldn't be popular. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that they don't hear voices, they just see data points, and if those... It's kind of like, again, coming back to Netflix. Netflix will kill shows that are like really fucking popular just because they didn't become the next Breaking Bad. That is insane, man. Like, I literally had this conversation yesterday with my girlfriend. They killed so many shows on season 1 or season 2 that were actually being watched and didn't give the directors, didn't give the directors like 1 season to wrap it up. And then fucking Witcher is going on for how many seasons now, man? That shit sucks. Like, season 1 was barely watchable, man. What the fuck? Why do companies like insist you will like this thing that you will surely fucking hate if they just did like a courtesy survey? I don't get it. And Netflix was crazy with that. And then they will release like 3 new game shows that are like the biggest dog shit you have ever seen, man. It's insane. Like, Netflix doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. And yeah, that's the secret level. Honestly, one more thing. Amazon with the Fallout series that I have yet to watch, but I've seen some really fucking cool things. With the upcoming Yakuza series, which from the trailers looks really, really faithful, but we will see. For now, there were some questionable comments by the director about games, but we will see when it comes out. And now with this, Amazon is hitting its fucking stride with those adaptations, man. Holy. Netflix about to release a show where they get Scottish people to say Purple burglar alarm. Proper burglar alarm. Man, you know what is funny about that? That is actually too good for a Netflix show. Like, that might have been popular, so please don't be another Paramount's Halo, God no. Listen, I credit where credit is due. I think they kinda proved themselves with that Fallout show that they have like a smidge more respect. But yeah, we will have to see the full show because I think people were also hopeful about the Halo TV show, and then fucking episode 1 and 2 like crashed those expectations. So yeah, that's the secret level. Honestly, this is a pretty perfect way to kind of gauge interest in those IPs also. Like, imagine if they go, oh, this Warhammer episode has people replay that episode like fucking crazy. Maybe we should invest into at least season 1 of like a Warhammer 40k centric like animated show. Like, imagine if this is gateway for actual good video game TV shows on Amazon. Holy shit, that would be a dream come true. But you know, I don't wanna hit the copium container too hard. I don't wanna become a Mega Man fan. So I will keep those hopes a little bit lower, you know. For now, I'm just wishing this is half decent or at least has some decent episodes. Another strength of Love, Death and Robots was that some episodes I didn't like, but I could just skip them and go to the next because they are unrelated histories. So some episodes of this can be kind of shit and I can just skip them and go to the next, you know. It will break my heart if like the Sifu episode is bad because that's already like one of the my most highly anticipated ones, but definitely like Warhammer Sifu fucking Armored Core. I am waiting for that shit, man. I'm also curious about what they're gonna do with Mega Man actually. That's basically what Paria Nexus was and was good, but nothing much seemed to happen. Yeah, it is weird that Paria Nexus only got 3 episodes, but from what I seen on, I checked it on IMDb when you first said it, and I think not a lot of people know about this one, man. Like, even if you go on, yeah, if you go on IMDb, only 500 people have rated it on here. That is very, very low. Like even like some small shows. Let's see, Love, Death and Robots is not that popular. Yeah, Love, Death and... Okay, Love, Death and Robots actually has a bunch of fucking ratings, so... Maybe that's per episode? No, that has to be like for the entire series. You know, that's not perfect measurement, but I would probably guess. It's on YouTube. Uh, let's see the views. That's the trailer, okay. Parallaxes in order. Cinematic trailer and some like... Oh man, this is very split into scenes. So this is basically like the whole show, but broken into 3-minute things? 90k views.
In the darkness between the...
Okay, 2 million, that is a lot. But to be fair, it's YouTube. 1.4. Hard to fucking gauge, like, hard to gauge interest from just that, you know. But I'm assuming the main problem was, yeah, they didn't find the interest. Or maybe they didn't find the interest on the platform they could monetize it, because on YouTube, like, YouTube is not a good way to make high budget shows, you know. YouTube is for like indie animated series made by like 3 people. That is the most you can expect to get your money back, I guess. So, you know, pretty much yes. Okay, that's good to know. Give me a second here, boys, and we will start that Planets of the Apes 2001. So be right back. Okay, we are back with the funny monkey movie. Fuck me, not that. That is still not it, man. What is happening? Stop grabbing it. Okay, this is locked in place. I am just insane. Ignore me. From what I remember, his little avatar dude tends to stay on the left of the screen, so I'm gonna move myself here. My cat is banging on the door a little bit, but hopefully that won't be a problem. Let's see. Missed some chat messages. Getting to this, I can't wait for him to get to the end of the movie. Absolutely. Oh yeah, the twist, I don't know. I kind of forgot that that's happening. I probably could have been more accurate before, but I think that was my very first Planet of the Apes movie as a kid, and yeah. POTA, Planet of the Apes, the acronym I invented. Yeah, that acronym I invented is dangerous close to being a slur. I thought you were doing an acronym for how you felt after the movie for some reason. Like Monkey PTSD, Planet of the Apes. As post Planet of the Apes 2001 stress disorder, man. Okay. So yeah, Planet of the Apes 2001, the movie I have never seen in my life. I heard it, man. Where the fuck did my coffee go? Did I move my cup of coffee? I for some reason took my cup of coffee away from here. I am like... I'm a walking zombie, man, today. Holy. Let me just grab it real quick. There we go. Now, now I got the... Now I got the caffeine that I am totally not addicted to, man. I can quit anytime I like, bro. Coffee was still on the left side of the screen. Yeah, I left it when... Let me go back and grab it. Oh, look, here it is. Here it is. The cup was on the left here all along. Now I will take it and walk back to the right side of the screen. Coffee, or some say Kovefe. Oh man, that Kovefe tweet is so old. I can quit anytime I want. I will just feel terrible, so I won't. To be fair, I at some point I did. At some point I did have a little bit of a... I did feel like fucking terrible without coffee. So I was like, I am quitting like mostly anything with high caffeine. So I quit quit all energy drinks, quit caffeine, I believe the only thing with caffeine that I ever drank was just some like fucking Pepsi, you know, which probably didn't have that much of it. Like I even avoided things like tiramisu, which are like, you know, coffee-based desserts, and I did that for between 2 and 3 months, and I didn't feel the strong need to come back to it. So I'm probably not that. Bad gone. This is me coming back from, like a couple of weeks ago. I came back from that hiatus pretty much. Which, you know, sometimes you just need coffee in the morning to wake up properly for the work. At least I do, because I'm not a morning person, honestly. But I am a monkey person. You could call me a monkey man. Because I kinda just like movies about monkeys. I don't know where I was going with that one, man.
Monkeys are funny. Planet of the Apes. It's a strange series, isn't it? Like, just conceptually, compared to every other franchise today. In modern film, humanity faces a lot of threats. You know, like aliens, monsters, dinosaurs, robots, this guy. So I appreciate a series that takes a step back and goes, what if everything was monkeys?
Yeah.
The original is a classic. A staple of science fiction. Iconic lines. Fantastic.
I still kind of wonder about those original sequels. Like, how stupid did they get? Because I haven't like seen any of the sequels to the original Planet of the Apes. Same, that's why I work a night shift. Damn. Yeah, that is I guess one way to sidestep that. But working night shifts comes with its own like drawbacks. But everything in life is like upsides and downsides. And meanwhile, Panera Bread have membership refills, dude. Don't worry about our charge lemonade. I'm sure it won't exacerbate your health conditions to literal death. Man, the lore of places that give you food and drink is wild. Right now, there is this situation with, I think, Disney, some kind of Disneyland restaurant or Disney themed restaurant. Like a couple walked in and they were like, my wife is really allergic to this one thing. She will literally die if you give it to her. Please make sure everything we order doesn't have this thing. And they asked about it every single time they ordered anything. And they gave the wife something that killed her. That is fucking insane, man. Holy fuck. How did you fuck this up? They were literally like, please, I am literally putting my life in your hands. I am very allergic to this thing. Please make sure there is nothing like that there. And they're like, yeah, sure, man, whatever. Here, hold this. Oh, it fucking killed your wife. Sorry, dude. I've seen them. Surprisingly, they don't get as dumb as you think. Movies 2 and 5 are pretty dumb. The others have dumb points, but overall neat. I also guess past the time travel in movie 3. That's serious? What the fuck? All because of Disney Plus trial subscription. We truly are living in... Yeah, and then they denied, like, they denied the dude... like money in court on the basis that he subscribed to Disney Plus trial a couple months ago, which was, what the fuck? oh yeah, Disney is soulless for claiming that guy cannot sue because he signed up for a free trial of Disney Plus previously. And the best thing is he was suing for like an insultingly low. He was suing for an insultingly low amount from what I've heard about. I think he was just trying to get the money to cover funeral expenses. He didn't want any like money for as quote unquote fucking revenge, you know, to get back at the company, and they still wouldn't do that, which is again very small for them, such a small fucking amount. It's incredibly disrespectful. They still pulled that shit. They looked like absolute clowns for nothing. I mean, listen, they don't even live in the clown world. They are the clown world. They don't need to make themselves look like clowns. Like, Disney has been a fucking public urinal when it comes to public opinion for like how many years now? Even since fucking basically since the papers were bashing Walt Disney for like his fucking views, I guess. So nothing has changed over the years. 50k is less than pocket change for Disney and nowhere near the value of your spouse. Yeah, man. Holy.
Dance numbers.
Back to something that is not horrible. Oh wait, it's the Planet of the Apes reboot. It's still horrible, but at least Planet of the Apes didn't kill somebody, I guess, and then refused to refund. I don't think like if somebody does something to themselves because of extreme cringe, I don't think it counts. I don't think like you can be liable for that. Like there are no, we have no laws that are like, you know, if you inflict enough cringe on somebody and he does something to himself, you are, it's legally binding on your side. Like you drove them to that. So yeah, Planet of the Apes 2001 is, legally speaking, they're clean.
And a twist ending that has been referenced so many times, it would actually be a twist if somebody didn't know about it. There were sequels of varying quality. What is even going on here? They sequeled it up until the franchise died in heat death sometime in the 70s. Then, in the 2010s, there were actually good movies. Okay, I kid. But the new trilogy is really good. While the world obsessed over Iron Man and Batman, I had my own hero, Caesar the Chimp. Caesar! And between these two eras, again, there was the Tim Burton one. With Mark Wahlberg. And this, we're gonna talk about that one.
I must be out of my mind.
Oh hey, looks pretty good actually. For all things that are probably like plot related and things, doesn't look horrible so far. They were crazy with the movies. Most of them were sequels made in a year. Oh yeah, I saw that on like the fucking Planet of the Apes Wikipedia. They went fucking insane with it. But like back in those days, a movie that went big had like a bunch of sequels. American Psycho had a fucking sequel that nobody knows about, man. But that stopped at 2. Rocky has like how many sequels? But Rocky is very surprising because every Rocky took like 3 to 4 years to come out. Rocky 1 through 5 came out across 20 years, man. So I cannot really call them cash grabs at this point. But they went fucking nuclear with some of these movies, man. There are a lot of redeemable aspects to the Tim Burton one. The problem is the ending ruins everything. It's that bad. If you turned off the movie 5 minutes before the credits, you might think it was alright. What the fuck is going on with the ending, man?
Tim Burton. Everyone knows Tim Burton.
Same with Rambo movies. Oh, I'm not sure about... they came out also like across a lot of... as in they came out across a lot of time, or there were a lot of them? Wrong period between releases, okay. Yeah, maybe Stallone alternated, because I'm not sure what's the timeline. I think Rocky 1 was one of his first movies. Maybe he alternated between them, actually.
Everyone likes Tim Burton. 20 years ago, there's very distinct eras of Tim Burton movies. A good era, an era, and the most recent, the Burton brand has become very worn out and tired. But who's to say where that decline even began? Was it everything after Ed Wood? Yes.
You people are insane! You're wasting your life making shit! Nobody cares! These movies are terrible!
Ain't topping that. But most people would probably say it started with Planet of the Apes. This was the first film from Burton that really didn't feel like it was from him. It lacked that style, which was something many actually liked at one time, before it became overplayed and corporatized. This movie is an island, alone. It has no influence on what came after. A failed reboot. Oh wait, I'm sorry. A reimagining. It left really no legacy. It wasn't even parodied. It faced the worst fate imaginable, simply being forgotten.
Oh,
except at least by
Yeah, that is pretty bad when it comes to movies, just being not noticed. Rambo first movie was 82, the last one was 2019. We got a new Rambo in 2019? To be fair, I haven't watched... I watched First Blood. Is that the first one? I think First Blood is the first Rambo, right? I watched it like on public Polish television back in the day. So I pretty much don't fucking remember anything. I just remember a scene of him like fucking crawling through a minefield or something. But like, yeah, lately I've been on a little bit of a movies backlog. So I watched Rocky 1 and 2 for the first time from start to finish. And Rocky 1 is fucking awesome, man, and Rocky 2 is kind of mid. So, and Rocky 2 was mid enough that I am not interested in seeing the rest of the series, especially since I think it's pretty common opinion that Rocky from 3 onwards was pretty shit. But 4 is like so laughably, whatchamacallit. 4 is so laughably, I'm looking for the fucking word in my mind palace. It's such propaganda, like American propaganda, that it's kind of fun. Weird thing about Rambo 4 is he flashes back to the alternate ending of First Blood, where he gets shot and dies. They changed it because it was too depressing. But how does he remember that? Even Stallone rated Rocky 5 a 0 out of 10. Holy shit. Man. And peak Cold War energy. Yeah, that's why I'm sort of morbidly curious about 4, but yeah, I don't think I'm gonna continue with Rocky. Like, too took the wind out of my sails. Even though the story is pretty good with how like Apollo Creed was fucking furious that he didn't one-tap Rocky in his first fight. Like, I loved that storyline, but everything else about the movie was kind of just okay. And I heard very good things about First Blood, that First Blood was kind of more serious than the rest of the Rambo franchise. So I really need to watch at least like Rambo 1 and First Blood and then move on if I like it until I stop enjoying it. If you don't know, you should look up why Stallone did stop or My Mom Will Shoot. It's got a hilarious backstory. If I remember, I will get on that.
Few who watched this as their first ever experience with Planet of the Apes. Like me, this was my first experience with Planet of the Apes. You know what really annoys me? Watching a YouTube review and like 90% of the video is just a plot summary. Don't you just hate that? Typically, I hate summarizing a plot, but like...
Isn't that... I'm sorry, I am very sorry, but isn't that what this channel does? Is he making a fucking joke? Because like he did this with Independence Day. That was 90% plot summary, I think, kind of. It's just a good way to drive. It's just a good way to drive narrative, I think. It's still, everything else depends on the reviewer, the context, the jokes, so...
When was the last time any of you watched the Tim Burton Monkey movie? I want us to all be on the same page. So, in the futuristic year of 2029, humanity has taken to the stars.
The short of it is that he took the movie because he heard a rumor that Arnold wanted it, but it turned out Arnold started that rumor after reading the script to trick Stallone into taking it. 5D chess, man. 5D chess. It's impossible to talk about why this was hated without talking about the plot, though. No, I'm not... I honestly don't think... I just don't think that thing he said is valid about videos where 90% of it is a summary. I don't think those videos are like... I don't think videos like that are bad at all. Whether it's good or bad is dependent on entirely different things than the content. If the content is summary, you know, I just think that point is a little bit moot.
With a giant spaceship full of monkeys. Because of what I can only assume was thanks to a Butlerian jihad, robots do not exist, and this advanced spacefaring future still uses chimp pilots for some reason. I don't think...
Doesn't seem like he's a very good pilot, you know, he displayed lack of that, lack of cold blood in that situation. I just think he's a shit pilot. I think he's bad, man. It's skill issue. That monkey experienced a skill issue, you know. Arnold tricking Stallone into doing that film is still the funnest story to come out of Hollywood. That does sound pretty fucking funny, man. I will happily watch something good even knowing the result because I want to see it play out. Yeah, somebody took up this point about spoilers. I don't think spoilers ruin movies. Honestly, like, honest to God, I think if you care about spoilers that much, you are missing the entire point of the medium. Northern Lion talked about it on stream. He said people are disingenuous if they believe a movie is not worth watching if they know a single spoiler from it. And I tend to agree with the bald man, mainly because I'm displaying a male pattern baldness. But that's beside the point. I agree with the bald man. Like, how about the emotional impact of the movie? How about the fun moment to moment, you know? That one fucking spoiler really made you not want to watch the entire, like, movie. I think you didn't watch it, you didn't want to watch it, and you were looking for a fucking excuse not to watch it or something. Or an excuse to get outraged, like those dumb motherfuckers who keep getting pissed off when you say a spoiler to a game that came out 20 years ago, man. Just wait, the chimp ends up being a better pilot than Mark. Fuck.
You need to shoot a monkey into a black hole to know that's a pretty bad idea. While investigating a space disturbance, Mark Wahlberg's favorite chimp blips out of existence. And he's the only one who really seems to care. So what is he to do? Go out on a ship of his own, of course. How is he planning on rescuing?
I'm sorry for being a little bit coarse, but why does he care so much about the monkey though? I had Jupiter Ascending spoiled for me, and it's still the most hilarious bad movie I have ever seen. Jupiter Ascending? Don't know that one actually. Is that something more recent or something older? But yeah, like I said, I eaten so many JoJo spoilers, and it's like my favorite manga / anime of all time, man. Like, holy shit, I have eaten so many spoilers for video games that I were putting off, and still enjoyed them so much, because, like I said, there is more things, there is way more in a movie or video game than one single plot point, you know?
Doing the chimp exactly? I don't know. Through the magic of space portals and imagination, Marky Mark blips out of existence. At least from the perspective of his crew. Mark Wahlberg crash lands on a jungle planet. No, I can't keep calling him that this whole video. What was his character's actual name in the movie? Captain Leo Davidson. So Mark Wahlberg crash lands on a jungle planet. Just in time for the lands on a jungle.
Are those actual effects from the movie? No way. Bro, that is the quality of my fucking green screen. Oh man, you can see less green on me right now than on this explosion. What the hell? It's the one where Mila Kunis is the queen of the universe because bees can detect royalty. I'm not kidding. What the fuck? Jupiter Ascending is like an unholy fusion of all the worst EA tropes. So of course it's hilarious to watch. They weren't, at least I hope not. I sure also hope. There is no way, man. There is no fucking way. He had to edit that in, or this is from like some other video.
Planet. Just in time for the local game of tag. And guess who's it? It's the humans. Imagine landing on a planet thousands of years in the future, and the only difference is an ironic switch-up of the natural order.
Take your stinking hands off me, you damn dirty human!
Captured alongside the rest of the filthy humans, Mark is taken to the slave market, led by Paul Giamatti in an orangutan suit.
Alright, get 'em out and get 'em clean!
Some say this is his best role. Who cares about John Adams? My favorite character of his was Limbo.
Wear your gloves when you handle humans.
So Mark and his lady friend are bought by Ari, a bleeding heart who just can't stand to see sentient creatures being enslaved.
No, not you again.
You know me, just can't stand by while human beings are being mistreated, tortured, mutilated.
She keeps making a ruckus and only gets away with it because her dad is a rich senator. She's just constantly annoying General Thade. General Thade is, well...
Okay, so he's comically evil.
He hates humans, can't stand humans.
Give me absolute power to rid this planet of the humans once and for all.
Total human annihilation. Kill humans. Behead humans. Roundhouse kick them into the concrete.
So after this dinner scene where the politics of the world are explained in a subtle and not ham-fisted way at all,
these humans carry terrible diseases.
I think the city has about as much diversity as I can handle.
Mark and the gang decide they're going to make a break for it and escape into the wild. And the entire army is alerted at their escape.
Have you seen any humans? No.
All the soldiers get suited up, ready to hunt the humans down. Where could those humans possibly be? Oh, I guess they're just right behind them.
What? What? What the fuck was that scene, man?
Why did you do that, man?
It keeps going. It's even worse than I thought.
Man. You all had time to escape. Just go through the door. After that pointless sacrifice, the humans and their new reluctant ape friends travel deep into the jungle, back to get Marky Mark's secret weapon, a gun.
Take it easy.
Truly, this gun will turn the tide of the battle, and son of a bitch.
Why did he take a gun with him out to the vacuum of space to save a monkey? Why did he have a fucking gun on him? Isn't it like when you go out into space, like the cost of transporting anything unnecessary is so fucking high that you are supposed to take just the bare necessities with you? What the fuck was he expecting from that rescue mission? America. Well, what if he came across, I don't know. I love how, like, you just defaulted in the chat to his American. You know what? That's on me. I didn't think about it. You guys are right.
What the hell are you doing?
At least they got Paul Giamatti. Glad we get to see what wacky shenanigans he'll be up to. Fun fact, the apes have religion.
Bow your heads!
They worship the first ape, Simos, the monkey god emperor, if you will.
We give thanks to you,
Based.
Simos, for the fruit of the land.
But Mark Wahlberg is a devout Catholic and doesn't believe in such pagan idols, so he burns their monkey temple to the ground. Apparently, a rescue ship has come to pick up Mark Wahlberg, and so he follows the tracker further into the barren wastes, the home of the sacred site Kali Ma. The supposed origin of where the apes themselves came from. I wonder what Kali Ma could...
This is a lot of unexpected plot for a seemingly like Planets of the Apes movies. They're like, the idea is always kind of simple, so you know. This is a lot of lore for that.
Could possibly be. It's the ship. It's the ship Mark Wahlberg is from. Yeah, so after he blipped out of existence, the ship tried to find him, and it also blipped out of existence too, crash landing on the planet thousands of years before. There's a lot of time travel shenanigans in this movie. The monkeys that were on the ship somehow staged an uprising and killed all the humans, thus creating a planet of, you know. So Mark Wahlberg caused all of this. Suddenly, the gang is met with hundreds of more humans.
They all want to see this human who defies the apes.
How did all of these people know about him? Let's just say vibes. It's like a shining thing. Look, the movie needs an ending battle, okay? They needed more people. And final battle we shall, as General Thade has arrived at the ship with his army. And before Mark...
Those are some very, not good effects, even for that time, I have to say.
Wahlberg gets beat to death, a cosmic light appears from the sky. Could it be Jesus? Could it be an asteroid blessing this planet with certain doom? Neither. It's the chimp from the start of the movie, and all the apes think that he's their god.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Not General Thade, though. He's a hardcore atheist. He beats that monkey to a pulp. General Thade is defeated. He gets locked in this room. With his job done, Mark decides to get on his ship and fly back to his home planet. Luckily, this space pod has the capability of a full spaceship, and he's able to fly right back through the wormhole and travel back to our solar system. Ah, home sweet home. I like that he crash lands a pod that an actual chimp knew how to land 10 minutes earlier.
Oh my fucking god! Yeah, you were right. That chimp is a better pilot than him.
Crashes right into the Lincoln Memorial.
Oh, and it's gonna be a monkey on the... instead of Lincoln.
Or the, oh.
Yep.
Lincoln is looking a little different. Everyone's looking a little... Oh my god. This planet's gone bananas.
What the fuck? But how? But why? I gotta be honest. I kinda love how batshit insane that twist is. If they made a second movie where it's like a modern day setting, but it's all like apes in human clothing doing like human stuff, that would have been a way better fucking movie than whatever this was. Holy. Oh, it's General Thade. The bad guy won. But why? What happened to enable that alternate future? I don't get it.
The writing isn't great. The tone is kind of off.
And wash your hands before dinner.
But I wouldn't say it's laughably bad. Most of the time, it tried its best. For one, the practical effects are insane.
Yeah, the costumes
where sets
were
are just a
cool,
green
man.
screen that overworked CGI artists have to deal with. Seeing this jungle set full of extras and detailed ape costumes is kind of impressive. Compared to what we see today, it's like I'm looking at the ruins of old Hollywood. Damn you all to hell. Most of this movie is practical. Really, it wasn't made too differently than the original. The method simply evolved with time. Looking at the behind the scenes, that is as time-consuming as you'd expect. Everyone arrived at like 4 AM to sit in a makeup chair for hours.
Man.
They just flat out entombed this man. It really is.
That is insane amount of work. I always respect the makeup artists and like practical effects should be praised every step of the way, because the Thing and the Thing prequel is a debate that clearly outlines what is better, practical effects or CGI, and it's very fucking clearly practical effects, man. What sucks hard about that is the movie sets up a conclusion that humans and apes seem to be getting along, and then suddenly goes, nope. Exactly, it's never explained and directly contradicts the previous events. Yeah, that shit came out of nowhere, man. But I would prefer Planets of the Apes movie in that setting, though. That should have been it, man. Like the one human guy just goes into a wormhole and comes out in a alternate reality where it's just fucking Washington DC, but it's all apes in human clothing, and that's just it. The Thing prequel nearly had incredible practical effects. I would highly recommend looking up why they didn't use it. Oh, I know why they didn't use it. Because the dickhead executives said, "Oh man, what the fuck are you doing here, Joey? You're using practical effects like it's fucking 1976? Brother, today the kids want CGI, they love their CGI monsters. We gotta place their shitty CGI on top of that incredible practical effect, man. That's how we get our movie. That's how we get our money. What are you, fucking stupid? What do you think? The original, I guess, had good practical effects, but that was so long ago. Kids don't want that nowadays. I've been aware of the Thing's 2001's effects thing. Disappointed how lots of execs make crap decisions. That's why you lie to them. Just lie to them. If you are ever in a position of power and you are still responsible to someone above you, lie to them. It's like, I forget what movie that is, but it's a pretty famous example of that, where the director was responsible to like some executive dickheads, and they were like, I don't like this actor, please change him for the final picture. And he was like, you got it, sure thing, boss, I am right on top of that, man. And then he just fucking ignored that while the dickhead executive walks away thinking he got his way. And then when the when the wrap-up rolls around, the executive is like, you didn't do the thing I asked you for, and you go like, no time, sorry man, no time. And then after the thing is successful, they're not gonna complain because they still made their money. They will bury their honor under fucking ground because they still made money, so they won't argue with you at that point. If I recall, Reboot actually did that with its censors. They wanted some changes to the episode, so they just sent it again and lied, claiming they made the changes. Something also, I don't remember what it was, but something also was like, we have such South Park did that with its jokes. They were like, we have such extreme fucking jokes in here, they will never make the cut. Let's make them 3 times worse, so when the censors get involved, they whack it back to the point that we originally intended anyway. But just let's creep them out with how far we wanted to push it. And incredible tactic, honestly. Fucking incredible 5D chess.
It's such a shame. All this work and effort went into creating this.
True, man. Like, those costumes are fucking Those costumes are amazing.
So, before the original movie went into full production, there was a test screenshot using prototypes of the ape makeup. It wasn't perfect, but the point of it was to show that audiences could watch a film with talking apes and take it seriously. One of the studio's biggest fears was that everyone would just outright laugh, because monkey funny, but they didn't, so it was greenlit. In my opinion,
that is a little bit fucking dumb, because the original exists, and like it's pretty easy to take the original Planet of the Apes seriously. That is weird.
I don't think it was just because of how convincing the ape makeup was for the time. I think it was because of how the apes acted. They just acted like people.
Your conclusion is premature. If you've forgotten your scripture, the 13th scroll, and Proteus brought the upright beast into the garden and chained him to a tree.
This was a movie where the roles were reversed, and the actual humans couldn't talk at all. The apes could talk a little too well, if anything. They were kind of just little nerds, obsessed with science.
But he set him apart from the beasts of the jungle and made him the lord of the planet.
Tim Burton reimagined the apes a bit differently. These apes act far more ape-like, which, hey, that makes sense. They're apes. Of course they'd act like that. But then you see the movie.
What's wrong? Apes are afraid of the water. They can't swim.
We drown.
This is awkward and weird. This is just...
Yeah, that is not great, man.
People in monkey masks snarling at each other.
That's like when VAs have to re-audition for the same role for some reason. Or remember when fucking dickhead... I love Hideo Kojima, but he was such a fucking stupid ass dickhead to David Hayter, the voice of Solid Snake, and that David Hayter had to re-audition for the role as Snake. Granted, that was Big Boss because it was MGS3, but it doesn't matter because like Kojima wanted to get rid of him since fucking Metal Gear Solid 2, basically. And he wanted big star actor in the leader role. Like now he has Norman Reedus as his fucking pocket lead in pretty much everything. But like yeah, the Kojima was really shitty to David Hayter, and he had to re-audition every single fucking Metal Gear Solid, basically, since 2, he had to re-audition to be Solid Snake. Until they changed him for whoever the fuck was that guy in 5, and people can cope all day that it's a different character, but like, he paid a fuck ton of money for a real Hollywood actor. He has almost no lines, man. I wouldn't fucking care if my neighbor voiced Snake in MGS5, man. He doesn't say anything. Then they didn't even let him re-audition for MGS5. Fucking great. Best part is the guy who got... Yup. This is exactly what I said. He almost never talks outside tapes. This is very similar to BioWare. People don't like non-human characters cope. What? Are they fucking stupid? Non-human character... That's the... Brother... I am too... I cannot talk right now because I'm thinking about Mass Effect and my mouth is full of Rex's cock. I fucking love Rex and Grant. every single fucking best character from Mass Effect is non-human, man. Like, literally the only popular human character from Mass Effect is Shepard and what was it? Miranda from 2. Like, are they fucking dumb? Jesus Christ. I mean, they are dumb. It's BioWare. They've been hitting the stupid drink. They've been hitting the stupid juice for a really long time now, which is sad because they made some bangers back in the day.
Human lover.
The problem is, no matter how good the makeup is, these are still people in monkey costumes, because of just how human...
Is Miranda even that popular? You know that's true, man, and you know why. Don't sass me, boy. You know why she's popular. I mean, compared to Rex Garus, even oh, of course, she's not on she's not on that level, but you know, she's not. I don't know, fucking Jack. You know, nobody ever talks about Jack, for example. BioWare are all stupid for not realizing everyone's favorite characters are all aliens. Yeah, that is just weird, man. Yeah, but beyond that. Man, I don't even fucking know. And it's crazy because some of Dragon Age had much more, from what I've seen, I haven't played the game. Dragon Age had a lot more human characters. And still, one of fan favorites is a fucking dwarf, man. Because it's always going to be a fucking non-human, man. People love non-humans in games. Do you think, like, they buy Baldur's Gate 3 and make human character? Bro, they are going like that fucking Draconid elf fucking, or at least druid, so they can turn into animals, you know?
Proportions work. This is not what apes look like.
That's such an insane fucking statement. I don't know what they were on.
These do not remind me of apes. They remind me of hairy cave people. I just can't take them seriously at all. By making the apes act more ape-like, it prophetically did.
Considering all the drama with the remasters removing all of Miranda's ass shots, I can say for certain that Miranda has dedicated fans. And also included in that statement is very obviously why she has all of those fans. DA has one bit. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna read your comment, Leech, because I wanna go in. Dragon Age is still on my list, and I wanna go into it blind, so I'm trying to avoid like potential spoilers. Remember when I think up to end of Mass Effect we didn't get a Batarian companion, and like people were so fucking pissed off because they wanted to give Batarians a chance. And like they were, and for some reason they didn't want to fucking give it to us. No, that's okay, man. You couldn't like you couldn't know that I don't know that I wanna avoid potential spoilers for that. Thanks, man.
What the original was so afraid of doing. It made the apes goofy. General Thade, our main antagonist, comes off as this strange little gremlin. Look at this goober. How am I supposed to be intimidated by this?
Yeah, 100%.
It doesn't help that the ape prosthetics muffled the actor's ability to talk, and they just never bothered redubbing the lines.
Oh, these are the skankiest, scabbiest, scuzziest humans I've ever seen.
They talk like they just got new braces.
Nothing but trees and rocks.
If you wonder why the reception wasn't great to this film...
Speaking of Kojima, I love his movie reviews.
It wasn't just the plot or writing, it was because everyone was put off by the monkeys. I sent my wife pictures of Paul Giamatti for a month straight.
Who wants to buy some aspirin?
And she did not like that at all. And I assume others didn't like the apes either. They just knew something was off. And after 3 other movies, I think I know why it didn't work. This movie is in the uncanny valley. People in ape costumes basically acting like people, fine. CGI apes acting slightly like people, fine. People in ape costumes acting like apes, very odd, ew.
True.
Stop that. I get the nostalgia for an old Hollywood where practical effects grounded a film, and I appreciate the effort that...
They should have done exactly what the first movie did, where they just, you know, just act like fucking smart as humans, you know. That would have been way more better, but maybe they couldn't get it right because of the prosthetics muffling what they're saying, and they just went, okay, if we make them a little bit more animal-like, then this occasional slurring won't be as bad. But they could have just redubbed the lines, man.
Went into these costumes, but man, no amount of makeup is gonna make this acting work. The Caesar reboot is one of the few instances where a CGI reboot was actually an improvement. The movements and characters are still done by actors, just like any other ape film, but instead of being in prosthetics, they're playing a CGI realistic ape. Now that I think about it, the apes throughout this entire franchise were really supposed to look like this.
What a wonderful day!
At the end of the day, these are just apes. Smart apes, but still physically and anatomically the same apes. They only looked humanoid in past movies because, well, how else are you gonna do this without people in monkey masks? Those limitations created an iconic look for the apes that got cemented into the franchise. Honestly, I think over the years the fact these
It's like those furries that decided to roleplay. It creeps me out, so I stay away. You know what? That is exactly right, because some of those fursuits genuinely look impressive and kind of cool, and then they start acting like a dog or barking, and you are like... And for that player, I'm 100% out.
They're even supposed to be anatomical apes kinda got lost in translation. Like a game of telephone. A lot of people, Burden especially, just subconsciously associated them as hairy people. But still, in-universe, they are just apes. What I'm getting at here is that for some reason, Mark Wahlberg is in a f***ing love triangle with a chimpanzee.
Oh no!
To be fair, there was a kiss between man and ape in the original too, and that was still pretty f***ing weird.
Doctor, I'd like to kiss you goodbye.
Right in front of her fiance too. Charlton cucked a chimp. You know what's worse than kissing a chimp? Having slight sexual tension with a chimp. For like the whole movie. Why would she even smile after that? Aren't humans like animals in her world or something? Earlier in the movie, they sold this little girl like a puppy.
Just for you.
Did she just kiss this world's equivalent of a dog? But wait, humans aren't...
Hey, listen, man. You know what they say about white women and horses? Maybe it's like that. Everything I say on the channel is legally a joke and cannot be used against me in a court of law. Also, please don't mail pipe bombs to my address.
Slaved for housework too. So they can't just be animals. Animals don't do housework, except in the Flintstones.
Goodness, Cretaceous!
What's the analogy here? What even is the dynamic between humans and apes? What's going on? So in the original,
this is the part of Beauty and the Beast we don't talk about. Oh yeah, man, definitely in that ballpark. Considering the raw strength of a chimp is like about 5 men, I would never risk cheating with one. Yeah, that's why they say gorilla grip. I never think I would hear the phrase Charlton cocked a chimp in my life. Yeah, I won't get over that. That is so funny. And Beauty was actually ready to get it on with the Beast. Make of that what you will.
humans are basically animals. They're these
Man, how the fuck are imagine how are you supposed to compete in a market like that, you know? In the world of Beauty and the Beast, how are you fucking supposed to compete, brother? Holy.
Violent, stupid creatures that only forage and scurry about. Physically, they look the same, but mentally, they're like rabbits. It's like an All Tomorrow's adaptation. These are mantelopes. Apes are undeniably the smart masters of this world. I'm just talking about the original. Don't bring up that psychic secret society, that doesn't count. Now, for some reason, in the Tim Burton film, humans are smart. Like, there isn't an intelligence gap. They speak English.
We'll go together.
They have complex thoughts.
We drown. That's why every day we pray for rain.
They're so normal, Mark Wahlberg, an astronaut, can land in the middle of their group and fit right in.
How the hell did these monkeys get like this?
What other way would they be?
They'd be begging me for a treat right now.
There's not even a cultural difference despite the hundreds of years these tribal people have lived in this world.
I'm one of those people behind the
Yeah, I never even considered like the ramifications of that. Like, how the fuck did they overpower, you know, our society to become the apex predator?
Chip, don't hide them. They need to be seen.
What about us?
Yet the apes still act like the humans are the stupidest creatures alive.
These humans carry terrible diseases.
As if these are the same human cattle from the original film. But now they're just regular-ass people in caveman clothing.
The humans infest the provinces. You stink of humans.
How many times do I have to tell you, wear your gloves when you handle humans?
Like this girl, the Nova equivalent. She can talk, she can think. There is never a single time that she even acts more primitive than Mark Wahlberg. It gets to a point where I'm mainly just confused why the humans even let the apes treat them like that in the first place. The dynamic in this world is absolutely one-sided, for no reason. Why have they never bothered to fight back? They are perfectly capable of putting up a resistance. The only explanation the movie makes is that the apes are just simply stronger. They'll have this overwhelming advantage, and we'd be powerless to stop them, or something.
Just almost like they are physically stronger than us in real world. What the fuck? Humiliation fetish. Oh my god. Oh, my fucking chat is unhinged today, and I am very thankful for it. You just hope that it's like in King's Quest 6, when the prince turns from a beast to a prince, he looks so bad it looks like the curse he was under got stronger.
Even though humans outpopulate them, like its sole existence was waiting for Mark Wahlberg to show up and win the day, because this has to be Planet of the Apes. The ape films usually...
So this Mark character got isekai'd into a giant furry convention where they roleplay that furries took over the entire society and like people without fursuits are treated like basically as pets. That is... What the fuck was Tim Burton on, huh? I think he was trying to say something.
Usually have some underlying theme in relation to our world, and the Burton film decided to just take every analogy and sort of smush them together, like Play-Doh. The overall theme of the movie is that discrimination is bad, and it displays this theme by just having the apes talk about how much they hate humans.
Everything in the human culture takes place below the waist.
Just say how these regular people are smelly and stinky.
How many times do I have to tell you, wear your gloves when you handle humans?
All while snarling at each other. The apes have a religion. That religion has somehow been in the control of a single ape family for generations. Like General Thade's family is descended from Samos or something. By the end of the movie, this centuries-long religion just ends because some of the apes saw where they really came from.
We lived in peace together. It was Samos. He's the one who killed everybody.
They just really hate General Thade now, so they abandon their faith.
Everything I have believed is a lie. You and your family have betrayed us.
Not only do the apes abandon their old faith, but they decide to work together with humans now too.
We'll be able to tell apes from humans. They will be mourned together, as it should be, from now on.
Because that's how ethnic conflict gets resolved. All it took was to overthrow this one guy. So many metaphors are thrown together that they just mix up.
This is one of their house humans. He thinks he's better than us. He thinks he's part ape.
This lore is a gray goo, a shallow pond, an imitation of another fictional society that actually put thought into how it works. Instead, they tried every analogy all at once, and broke the lore of their own universe. And kinda broke the mind of their audience too. Speaking of breaking the audience... The end...
Man, I can't believe I never seen this twist, bro. This is exactly like you guys described it. This is fucking, yeah, this seems like it should be pretty infamous, but I never heard about it. Holy shit. Show don't tell. What the fuck are you on about, good lad? Why don't I simply tell them how they should feel? Have you thought about that one, huh? I'm one step ahead of your show don't tell charade, my good sir. This movie is a little too much the writer's thinly disguised fetish. Wooly would have a field day with the house human concept. Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Of the original Planet of the Apes is a classic twist. Even if it really wasn't that much of a twist, the clues were laid on pretty thick that last third, but that's not the point. Everyone knows that famous twist. And everyone that saw this movie knows that they tried to do a twist of their own. What a crazy twist. People were legit confused and bamboozled. Was this a cheap attempt at recapturing the feeling of the original? Who knows? Ironically, this ending is the only thing anyone even remembers about the movie. Hell, it's probably the only reason you clicked on this video.
I am not surprised because that ending goes kinda hard. I wish that the whole movie was that. It's a revolutionary new method called show and tell. Fuck the showing, man. How about for the whole movie we don't even show anything interesting? We just tell the audience everything that happened, and the cool things happen off screen. Just tell, don't show.
Here's the thing. This twist, this infamous, dumb twist, that doesn't even make sense, is more accurate to the book than the original movie. Yeah, so in the original book that the 1960s movie was adapted from, it actually was an entirely different planet. The astronaut escapes on a spaceship and makes it back to regular Earth in the modern day. And after he lands, he isn't greeted by people, he's greeted by apes. Burton didn't pull this ending out of his ass. It wasn't a random twist. It was, if anything, an homage to the book that started it all.
I can't believe like that simple switch up in the original made it work so fucking perfectly, man. Holy.
This asshole is ingrained into the very origins of the franchise. How did Earth become populated by apes? Who the hell knows?
Yep.
The "it was Earth all along" thing was invented by the movie. They just changed the ending because I think they thought it was pretty stupid. Let's be honest, it kind of is.
Yeah.
The fact humanity destroyed itself and created this ape future is a lot more impactful than just, there's a monkey planet out there. This twist actually goes even deeper. You see, I thought Ape Lincoln was just some alternate version of Lincoln, but he isn't. He's General Thade. How? Somehow General Thade escaped, took a spaceship through that wormhole, time traveled, and arrived on Earth somewhere in the past, wiping out the humans and transforming the planet into a planet of apes. All out of what I'm assuming was pure spite. That's honestly impressive. Professional hater right there. This ending was sequel bait for a sequel that just never happened. Where they were planning on taking the story, I have no idea. They probably didn't either. As funny as it is to make fun of this movie, Planet of the Apes 2001 isn't really that bad. When I first started this video,
imagine if he made a follow-up movie and it was like the plot was kind of like Rocky 1, where there is it's just the Rocky 1, but instead of Apollo, that's gonna sound kinda yikes when I say it out loud, but hear me out. Without any racist undertones, this may signify, like, imagine Rocky, but instead of Rocky, it's Mark, and instead of Apollo, it's just like a big fucking gorilla boxer. And it's just the plot of Rocky, and Mark is training to beat up a fucking ape in a ring. At this point, anything would be better than this fucking 2001 reboot plot. Like, what the fuck were they cooking? Meth in the bathroom during the shooting, man? Is that where the budget went? No, the budget went to prosthetics. Like, let's not kid ourselves. And those are impressive, but...
expected some absolute mess to make.
How about throwing some... how about setting some aside for the writers, man?
Fun of. I didn't really get that. I'm kind of too deep in now, though, to go back, so joke's on me. As funny as it is to clown on the term reimagine, there is a reason they used that term. It wasn't just dumb Hollywood PR. Watching the behind the scenes, you can tell that everyone involved loved the original Planet of the Apes. I think Tim Burton only did this project because he was so obsessed with the original. Imagine if you made it in Hollywood and had a chance to put a spin on a franchise you love. Of course you would take a swing at it. They didn't want to call it a remake because, in their words, nothing could replace the original, but it still ended up on the list of failed reboots. As Robert Ebert put it, 10 years from now, it'll be the 1968 version that people are still renting. Ironically, as much as they tried to reimagine this franchise, this take on it was kind of seen as outdated, if anything. It's kind of a miracle the series went in the direction that it did. Not simply...
yeah, the new trilogy is fucking awesome. Even though the first movie in the trilogy is completely different from the rest, that is fucking wild. It would be funny if there was a movie that just opened with that without explaining why. Oh man. By the way, there are horses on Ape Planet, and I don't recall if they said how they got there, since the humans and apes came from the ship. Huh, that is fucking... Huh, yeah. That is kinda like, how did that happen? Like, when you stop and think about it, there is a lot of like, but why? What happened though? I kinda liked the first movie in the new series. Obviously, I don't know if I liked it more than 2 and 3, but I kinda dig it.
A prequel, but an entirely new take on what a Planet of the Apes movie could be. Ironically, it was these movies that did the reimagining. Going that full measure is more risky, but if the story is good, and the creative vision behind it is strong, it'll pay off. Planet of the Apes 2001 was a half measure. At least it taught Tim Burton a lesson to never try to reinvent a classic movie ever again.
Lamar.
What is that?
Oh.
Lamar. Fucking lol even. I decided I'm gonna gigantify myself like a lady in a popular video game franchise. Homeward is never gonna stop haunting me, is it? Taking horses into space would be a little weird considering everything they need. Yeah, that... And to like... To what end do you need a fucking horse in space, man? Like, what? I am kind of curious about this. It's funny how every time I end Pointless Hubs video, there is always something in the recommendeds that speaks to me. Because right now, I am wondering what the fuck does he mean by Kong Skull Island Apocalypse Now? Apocalypse now, sorry.
Monsters. Movie monsters. As long as there have been movies, there have been monsters. Usually...
I'm fucking slapping it on the list. I am too curious, man. Oh, sorry, it's fucking whatever this is. And there we go. That one's super good too, so yeah, we'll check it out next stream. Homeward 3 is kind of brain rot. Yeah, it is, man. I wonder if... I wonder how long Mandalore is going to reference it in his like videos going forward. Because he kinda does that with some. He kinda does that with some jokes and like some games, like fucking the druids are coming back so often. For example, when a plot is... When dialogue is very stiff, or the plot makes no fucking sense, there is always a scene of the druids included, man. Now for another kind of stupidity. So yeah, Darkest of Days review by MandaloreGaming. I honestly, zero idea what this is. Completely out of the left field. And let me tell you, this might... The beginning of this sentence might sound weird, so I need you to stick with me, right? Imagine like my balls, right? And they are huge, and they are fucking blue, they are going purple. Because, like, Mandalore is blue-balling me by not releasing that fucking Oni video, man. I am waiting for the Oni video. I've been waiting for months now. Like, ever since he said anything about Oni, I'm like, I am waiting every single day, and every single upload that is not Oni is killing me, man. So just wanted to throw it out there because today I once again took a sneak peek at his list of games he's working on. Currently, like, Oni is the last thing he was recording for. So, and my cat is banging on the door. So like yeah, like the Oni video has to be next. That's on Mandalore's channel. That's how that's why I've been on that fucking topic for so long now. As a reboot fan, I know exactly how you feel. You will see what I mean next week. What the fuck? What are you saying, man? There is one sequence in his first marathon video that I genuinely have no idea what it's related to. It's original footage and nobody knows what it's supposed to relate to, as far as I know. Ooh, that is interesting. A little bit of... It's fun that he always, like, Wooly covers it okay. That's what I like about Mandalore. He does, like, a little bit sneak previews of things to come, and, like, he sometimes alludes to what he's gonna do next. And it's really cool when that bridge is finally formed, like, a year later, you know. Mandalore reviews are a special kind of fucking beast, in my opinion. Speaking of, Darkest of Days review by MandaloreGaming. Again, no idea what this is. From the thumbnail, I saw a lot of time fuckery because there was, like, a dude from Roman Empire next to a what I can only describe as a fucking helldiver from representing Super Earth. That's yeah, that's pretty much yeah. That's what I was kinda expecting. Man, the most one-sided thing you can fucking imagine.
Darkest of Days is one
nice little intro. I really like that.
Of the stranger and most ambitious 7th gen FPS games. It's also one of the more obscure time travel games since it's delisted from everywhere, and even when it was around, it never seemed to go on sale.
Oh, it's one of those, like, esoteric fucking games, man. Why did they delist it from Steam? Some kind of licensing issue? Just like that fucking Deadpool game. Man, that Deadpool game was so mid, but then when they delisted it, everybody suddenly remembered it existed.
so no one can wishlist it and then pick it up later for $3 or something, which you can still do now for most of the other time travel shooters from then. But what's a shame is that Darkest of Days has the best concept out of all of them. You know, time control.
I think it just had a very hard time working. Honestly, I don't think that's a... it's not common for Steam to remove games from its storefront for technical reasons like that. If it's a scam, for example, you buy a game and it completely, like, it's just a dud application, they will remove it, obviously, but games that had, like, very, very poor, many technical issues, usually they just go, it's kinda on you, and you can refund it within 2 hours, and also read the fucking reviews before you buy a game, basically. But like, I don't think they delist games for those reasons. I mean, I don't remember. Was Cyberpunk available day one on Steam, or did it came late? No, it's not, because it's on. It was on GOG. Never mind then. Didn't they also remove Right to Hell because it just didn't work? They did? Oh no, they delisted Right to Hell Retribution? That's such a piece of shit. I love that game. It's such a piece of shit. I don't know. I didn't know they even delisted it. So maybe you are correct on this one, and I'm just slurping on that Steam cock for no reason. But, you know, I will die. I will go to the grave with like Valve's cock in my mouth just because how good Steam is. So
powers are neat, but this lets you go back to the American Civil War.
Don't take that out of context, please.
With the most nightmarish firearm since Michael Jackson's Moonwalker. 4-digit ammo counters. They count up. It turns out that guns being invented around the same time cornbread was being perfected don't have the same kind of stopping power as late 22nd century home defense. And that's a time period that can even comprehend guns. And beyond all that, there's still a fair bit of extra insanity underlying the entire thing. A lot of it is at odds with each other, both gameplay-wise and tonally, but there's a lot to talk about. So here's how it all kicks off.
This shooting looks just so fucking stiff, man. I was looking to get Right to Hell and was disappointed when I learned it was delisted. In that case, like, usually I don't say this, but in that case, worth checking key shops to see like what the price is. And the price will keep like increasing with time, so it's pure junk. Oh yeah, man. Oh man, like the old two best friends playthrough of Right to Hell Retribution is still one of my favorite fucking things on YouTube, man. Holy. Oh, unless you're talking about this shooting in this game, which it also looks like it's pure junk.
The Battle of Little Bighorn. In American history, this was a major defeat in the Great Sioux War, and in gaming history, it's a prequel to Custer's Revenge. You play as Alexander Morris, a soldier in the Federal Army. As expected, the fight is going badly for the Feds, and especially going badly for Morris. Then, as all fluids drain from his body, his day changes.
I'm sorry, this is... I'm gonna move myself and replay that because that is fucking amazing.
As all fluids drain from his body, his day changes.
Bro, what the fuck? I love the cheek of right to head retribution of giving you an achievement for playing it twice. Yeah.
Alexander Morris, I gotta get you out of here. You gotta go now.
Did he just shake off a fucking headshot? That is quite impressive, even if that's the old and the weapons of old, you know.
You are in the future from your perspective, around 300 years or so.
Morris has been brought to the late 22nd century by an organization called Chronotech. Time travel has been established for a while now and is primarily educational. Time travelers are mainly observers who go to the past to find the secrets and details of older cultures. They've discovered the fates of lost civilizations, the building of the pyramids in Egypt, and others. And this was all made possible by a Dr. Cole, who is currently missing in the time stream. You're at Chronotech HQ, and the lip-sync saving budget eyebrows is Mother. She's some kind of upper-level manager, but it's never really elaborated on. She immediately puts Morris into advanced combat training.
Why not just be kind of like a detached voice thing? Why the eyebrows? That is such a weird thing to do. It could be just voice coming over the loudspeaker, you know.
Beyond learning new material for universities and Magic School Bus episodes, Chronotech is also in charge of protecting history. To do this, Chronotech recruits operatives from across time, but only those who are missing in action or vanished in some other way, because that shouldn't disrupt the timeline. It does seem to be one continuous timeline, so of course this opens a ton of questions on how the hell any of this works. But to be fair, you are a man from the 1870s, so they don't bother trying to give you all the details. Plus, you're more of a time slave than a time cop. If you don't want to take Chronotech's job offer, that's fine, but they'll put you right where they left you. Which means going back to Custer's last stand with a shaft in your shaft. So you and another operative, Agent Dexter, are sent to find Dr. Cole. Multiple disruptions are identified across history, with some key figures in danger. So you're sent in to make sure they survive, and that the events should play out like they should, sometimes subtly, sometimes less so. I'll get into the nitty-gritty of
that's fucking insane. I love it.
The story and those kinds of details later, but for now, let's talk about the graphics. When you first see it, this is not the best looking FPS for 2009, especially when you're going for visual.
A lot of that brown on your screen, you know, that FPSs back in the day loved putting in front of your eyes.
Realism, and everyone is having to fight Call of Duty there. They don't have the budget for that kind of crazy fidelity, but they are reaching for a few other ambitious things. Like the character models are decent, some details can seem strange, and there's definitely an Attack of the Clones situation going on. But this kind of thing makes sense when you see the scale this game is operating at. The historical battles you're sent to actually feel like battles. The maps can be enormous, and it can look like there are hundreds of people fighting. It's already impressive to give you that back then, but it does make me wonder how the hell this was ported to Xbox 360. Judging by the review score, I'm guessing not well, but how this works has some clear problems here too. For one, there can be a lot of very obvious pop-in, like rocks or plants, entire layers of effects like fog. Sometimes it works fine and is barely noticeable, other times it's right in your face. So when it comes to the LOD scaling, we're kind of close to the Jackie Chan Adventures intro threshold. Even areas devoid of enemies struggle with it, and I wish there was an in-game option or easily tweakable engine files for it. Machines now could handle a lot more on screen, and this is definitely a game that would benefit from that. And no, it's not a huge deal here, but it does make me wonder what this game could look like pushed to the limit. There would only be a few times this is truly taken advantage of.
What the fuck is he even holding, man? What is that? The good old piss filter era, yeah. The Virgin cover versus Chad facing the Horde. Who was the exec who loved brown? I never understood it and everyone hated it. I mean, yeah, everyone hated it. It's just this weird thing of Gears of War and Call of Duty got really fucking popular, so we should take as much elements away from those games, and for some reason the fucking screen filters were included on that list of things to steal. Like, Why? And then everybody was like, oh, I hate all the fucking brown on my screen, man. Can we have some colors? And they just kept doing brown games, man. Like, there are other colors, you know. And then they went, oh, you want other colors? Gotcha. Piss yellow. Is that better? And then we were like, more colors in general, man. Not just change the color of the filter. The funny thing is, a lot of the gray and brown games were pretty good. Oh yeah, it's just the, you know, it's just that they could have used a lot, some less brown and gray to be better, but you're not getting an argument from me. Fallout New Vegas is just piss yellow. Everything is piss yellow. Your HUD is piss yellow. Everywhere you look is piss yellow. Most of the fucking enemies are piss yellow. Piss is everywhere and it's very yellow. And it's one of the best games ever. At least in my humble opinion, okay? I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth.
But I'm still curious. You typically don't expect...
This also looks pretty fucking fun, you know? Like, you see this shit and I'm like, that is... I would love to play this game, man. I would love to play this game. But it could have done with a little bit less, you know, brown and this thing.
FPS from then to have this many units on screen, unless it's Serious Sam.
Watch out for them goddamn horses.
The thing is, in those kinds of games, it's a horde of enemies beelining towards you.
Man, Serious Sam is fucking awesome. I should replay it at some point.
Darkest of Days is closer to something like Mountain Blade, a simulated battlefield where large groups of
well, parts of Serious Sam are awesome because some of the levels were just like, what the fuck is this spam, man? Just let me go and enjoy the scenery of the next level, please. Nope, you gotta fight 300 more skeletons, man. And if you go into that secret and pick up that 5 fucking rounds of ammo, 2 bosses will spawn. Jesus Christ, Serious Sam was relentless with the enemy spawns.
PCs duke it out at a time. Then on top of that, the AI needs to account for multiple periods of history. Because Russian troops in World War I aren't going to fight in shield formations like ancient Romans. Then this all has to work across some large maps and bizarre situations. And here, they made it work, sometimes. For starters, I want to say 80% of the game bounces between World War I and the American Civil War. How these wars were fought were very different, but when it comes to the environment and objects, a lot can fit into both of those. It's a smart reuse of assets, but you don't get as much of World War II or ancient Rome as you might have wanted to. And while it is cool to see troops line up to shoot or charge into pure chaos, it's an effect that works best when you're a human lawnmower. When you have guns from the future, the battlefield is a big spectacle. You can still be caught out and die, but the power fantasy is fly swatting everything. When you're limited to the weapons of the time, you're now playing a historical FPS. Shooters with muskets are around and can be fun, but they're usually multiplayer or very different kinds of games. They could be more about team objectives or something.
Yeah, definitely. Like playing a single player like that. Serious Sam had the awesome co-op though. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Like I'm saying, like, Serious Sam, generally pretty fucking good game. Just some things weren't that great. Also, it had hippie mode. It also, I don't remember if the originals had it, but it also had like pretty funny fucking PvP. But I don't remember if that's the like re-release or the remakes or like there were like a bunch of Serious Sam had a bunch of re-releases and fun mods and like goofy stuff especially. Man, Serious Sam had some of the like funniest Easter eggs in gaming, I think. Holy.
Really tense, but they also want to sell you on its setting. You know, you get into the groove of using those older weapons and tools, and you're not given a machine gun every once in a while. When you rampage around like Rambo, gunning down everything with a pulse, there's a flow to it that works really well. You're running around zapping people with guns from the future that they can barely comprehend. They stay alive just long enough to be reactive, and they have enough there that the battlefield around you also feels genuine. When you're using period weapons and engaging the enemy on their own terms, it's a different kind of game. You do start out playing this way where it's slower and, I guess, more tactical. The problem is...
Nice music, I don't know if it's from this game or not. Let me move myself a little bit.
Musket FPS is never going to feel great after you open up the Pandora's box of full auto. On top of that, you now notice what their AI is really like. It looked cool in a big sweeping battlefield where you would vaporize them in a moment or two, but now you see their flaws. There are maps made for smaller scale engagements where they do better, but they mainly run around like headless chickens. Every unit is having to account for so much at the same time that sometimes their behavior looks like nonsense. I'm not the first one to say this, but it does feel like being dropped into the middle of a Total War game. You get into large group fights that look cinematic and great, and then suddenly the AI begins swarming around like bees. In a large-scale battle, it's a ton of moving parts that doesn't always work, and the smaller scale fights in these open spaces can be more reliable, but they're just not that fun. They can take cover and avoid dying in a pile enough to look good for a strategy game, but for an FPS, they're too unfocused to make it really engaging. Like here, I'm mowing down a good chunk of the Bojangles clientele with a future AR, and most of them are running right past me to shoot at the Union. So even in the game's ideal scenarios, it can still easily fall apart. You can get whacked by a cannon shot or go out and get killed by a concentrated volley, but it's rare the enemy will signal you out in situations where they probably should, and that usually only happens in the smaller fights against better armed enemies. Of course, if they were too aggressive and you had a shiny gun, they'd probably pulverize you in a moment. I think pulling this off to where it would feel good would be tricky even now. Visually, it can have...
Kinda true, but yeah. Kinda true, but at the same time, they definitely should have hyper-focused on the power fantasy aspect of this game.
Some genuinely great moments, but
because
a lot more is just...
Because that is very, very unique. Like, I haven't seen a game like this, man.
And awkward. Still, battlefield effects like explosions, smoke, and other particles hold up extremely well. That's because it's one of those certified NVIDIA PhysX games. A lot of its features are now built into a lot of game engines, but the special Double Deluxe NVIDIA-only features are a lot more rare now. Having rolling fog and smoke that actually interacted with objects in the game world used to be a selling point. Currently, it's all about reflections and ray tracing, and who knows what they'll push next. This is a game where it adds a lot, especially to this age of gunpowder. Ironically, the worst thing about the game's graphics is how dark they can get. Like, it's generally murky, but sometimes, holy shit. It can be so bad that years ago, I heard a rumor about this. Allegedly, the developers had a reference monitor with the gamma set wildly incorrectly. Well, I was able to reach out to a developer about this, and it's completely true. They had a very fucked up Apple Cinema display. Their office was also completely flooded.
Ain't no way. Ain't no... But like... haven't they had testers test the fucking game?
At one point, so they added water into some levels both for variety and also to reflect what they were going through, which is a pretty cool move. As for audio, it's mainly one of those games in that serviceable category. Weapons can range from sounding punchy and strong to stock and kind of limp. Even in real life, muskets and other old guns aren't that much louder than modern ones. They just sound a bit different in a way that I can't quite describe. So Darkest of Days actually does nail that aspect.
That's a fucked up weapon. What the hell? I absolutely love that kind. I absolutely love that kind of developer anecdotes. Genuine insane stuff. Yeah, they had no money, so downstairs no. That would explain. That would explain part of it, but also at that point, just send the fucking exe. Just send the files to like one of your friends, or have like somebody from your family who's kind of like into games just come to your house, fucking test it a little bit at least, or something, like to get any kind of reference, you know. Okay, be right back, gonna run to the bathroom real quick and come back to this insanely original game. Holy I do be back. I will give like a second for people to have a time to react if they tuned out of the stream. And yeah, let's just keep on rolling.
For extra credit, this might have the loudest minigun I've ever heard in a game. You can't use it, only a certain enemy can, but it legit sounds like an A10 making a strafing run. It's like
that is fucking terrifying. Oh my god.
Like a Martian tripod. There's a good chunk of things that are just weird about the sound. Again, it's mostly fine, but then a certain sound effect will be a lot lower quality and grainy, or it sounds like a match is about to begin in Halo. It's the voice acting that especially takes the cake here. You've got everything from grizzled professionals to grabbing devs out of their office chairs, but their audio mixing seems borderline random.
Гони их назад на свою собственную землю. Мы обязаны остановить немцев.
Smile. Come on outside and I'll tell you what he said.
If you know the languages, there's even bonus awkwardness.
Немцы сегодня потеряют важный объект. Мы долго ждали. И теперь эта возможность перед нами.
Buddy, it's time.
Anyways, you're going to be hearing Dexter for most of the game. He's your partner in the field and gives mission briefings.
The Confederates are scrambling ass over tea kettle from their cornfield retreat. Fried chicken. I could really go for some old-fashioned fried chicken right now. And a beer.
His delivery...
Okay, bro.
and direction are great, but for some reason, as the game goes on, his audio gets worse and worse.
We still gotta get that other Welsh and hightail it back.
Then it becomes Xbox Live.
Remember what she said about a simple, straightforward mission? I didn't believe that shit either.
What the fuck happened to bro? He got sent to the Shadow Realm, but he kept recording lines.
You hear that, and then run across a random Union goon, and he sounds perfect.
You all done with the shitter?
If you have an ear for it, there are some games where you could tell a line was recorded a different day, or look how dark this day got, like what the fuck was wrong with that monitor? Anyways. You might hear a line that's slightly off, or mixed a little bit differently, or they overproduced it. But a main character with good audio with random lines that actually sound phoned in? I don't think I've seen that before, and if I did, it might have just been a line or two and not entire chunks of audio like this game does. Random NPCs having iffy audio is pretty normal for back then, and this game has plenty of that too.
I got spooked. Potter took off in our... Oh!
It's uniquely distracting compared to the areas in games where audio can usually suffer and no one will raise a stink about it. It could be that the studio lost their audio setup in the flood, and the eternal video game story of a placeholder thing shipped happened once again. It's a shame here because Dexter's voice acting is great, and the character is interesting. Like, he translates for Russian characters, but then later...
I don't know a damn bit of Russian, so I hope you guys understand this. Follow me!
Huh. Also, based on the hat and how he spoke, I thought he might be from World War II or the early 1900s, and then his backstory hit me like a plane.
I was a firefighter in New York City. It was an exciting job. Dangerous, but it was worth it. And on that fateful day, I wasn't working. Wasn't even on call. But I heard the scanner and I knew I had to respond. And right before a kajillion tons of steel and concrete collapsed on top of me, a portal appeared and a Chronotech agent pulled me in. Just like you. If Chronotech hadn't snagged me, I'd be dead.
Wow, okay. First of all, Morse is from 1876 and has no context for any of this. Who did this damn 9/11? Was it the Apache? It's more a story being told to the player rather than the character, which makes it a bit strange. But it also establishes that Chronotech will grab anyone missing and not just soldiers. It is possible that Dexter has some kind of military background, but it's never brought up. He was yoinked from the time stream in a non-combat heroic moment. Honestly, him not being a fighter would make his new Time Warrior job a lot more interesting, but you only get tiny bits of his character. Speaking of things without...
That's fucking great, actually. Oh my god, this fucking, those devs were onto something, man. This honestly, yeah, like I said, very original game. Holy. I'm assuming the studio is defunct by now, because that's usually how it goes in the great old industry, where people will say you're a weirdo for celebrating Concord failing, but then they will willingly never play anything not AAA. So yeah, that's how it goes. But if the studio is still around, wish they whoops. If the studio is still around, wish they would fucking remake this game with some, maybe like you know, budget sourced from the people, like Kickstarter kind of thing. They cooked a good meal with insufficient ingredients. It's great. Great analogy for this. It is defunct, sadly.
Too many layers, there is a soundtrack. It's mainly military snare drum battle music. Safe to say, I barely retained any of it. The only track I remember is a bit from a Roman arena that has this gladiator flair to it.
Shit.
And it's not an amazing piece or anything, but it is a standout track from the endless marching music. It's music that makes me feel like I'm back in high school. Seeing the JROTC kids hug their girlfriends in the hallway like they're actually being deployed before third period. It does make sense. The word on the street is the recruiter's girlfriend goes here too. But as for what's here, there's not much to say. The gameplay itself has a lot more worth discussing.
Why is Goku powering up in the background? What the fuck?
When you get down to FPS basics, you scuttle around and click on a bad man to make him go away. The actual shooting in Darkest of Days is solid. There's good weapon feedback, enemies ragdoll around and blood flies out, but movement can get weird when an area is even slightly steeper than usual. The feeling is similar to going down a staircase and accidentally missing a step, and going up can feel like rapidly climbing a very tiny staircase. Like I might be fighting Nazis here, but I don't need to go to the extreme opposite of goose stepping. The jittery movement especially shows up in vehicle escort missions like riding a blimp or defending a car. It's like you're working against the actual speed of an object and not properly attached, if that makes sense. Actually, in general, you don't feel properly attached to the ground. If you move across anything more than a slight incline, you're gonna feel it. And with many of the maps being large rolling battlefields, that means you're gonna be feeling it a lot. It definitely contributes to that sense you've been dropped into some kind of strategy game. Even if the gunplay itself is fine, tripping over the floor makes some fights feel awful. What's weird is that it is bad, but not as atrocious as you might think. Apparently, Chronotech comes up with
It's called Darkest of Days, and yet it's pretty bright in a lot of these. What did they mean by this? They meant the gamma settings of the fucking monitor they were working on, apparently.
Grov PB tier innovations almost every day. Almost all of your weapons are laser accurate, including muskets. So stumbling around won't throw off your accuracy all that much. I don't know what to call this. It's not so
Bro is reloading a musket at the speed of fucking sound. I gotta give it to him. Holy shit.
Stumbling around won't throw off your accuracy all that much. I don't know what to call muskets.
He's not even reloading, he just jerked it off a little bit,
Stumbling around
man.
won't throw off your accuracy all that much. I don't know what to call this. It's not like having weapon spread, it's more like having weapon compression. The one thing that can slow down your shooting is the active reload. It's handy if you do hit the timing, and especially bad if you miss it. You know, the gun jams up, which is the cost of losing that bet, and you expected that. The problem is that the can't shoot period can sometimes outlast the unjamming animation. And by outlast, I mean Morris might die of old age.
Oh, that is kinda bad.
Might as well throw rocks. Or grenades. This game does not skimp on giving you grenades. This isn't the only thing you'll be throwing.
That's a lot of grenades, man. Funny you mentioned the reload, yeah, right after that, this bit, holy shit.
A lot of, and you learn that early in the game during chaser training. Chasers are tiny thing you'll be throwing a lot of, and you learn that early.
What did they mean by this?
In the game during chaser training. Chasers are tiny, relevancy-seeking weapons. Chronotech has long accepted that, due to their meddling, the timeline will never be 100% back correctly, but they do want to minimize the endless cleanup work they'll have to do. So NPCs who will have a notable impact on history, or their children will, are marked in blue. Instead of killing these guys, you should only maim them, as a bullet wound in the Civil War is nothing to worry about. Or you could just throw chasers, which will hunt them down and knock them out, but you only have a limited number. They're also loud as hell. Sometimes mistakes happen, which means more work for the company, and you get less good boy points. You are sent back with period weapons, but they're also stealthily modified. By protecting the Blue Man group and preserving the current of time, you'll be up to the roof with upgrade points. Your hip firing is already insanely accurate, but it can be better, and you'd be amazed at how many rounds can be shoved into these old guns. Nothing like a 14-shot 6-shooter. Protect glowing man, get better gun. It makes you be a bit more
Yeah, I in one of the clips he was like going off with fucking 9 bullets in a revolver mag, and I was about to ask what the fuck is happening, but then something else distracted me, so I dropped the topic.
Cautious in a firefight and not always go overkill. Upgrades like clip size are especially important to avoid the reload monkeying, and finding specific ammo can be tricky for a lot of missions. So for every blue you paint red, you lose out on that. And if you kill too many...
Why did they moan after getting shot? I don't think it's fair to like single them out like this and king shame, you know? It's not nice. It's just not nice. What if somebody came up to you and like ask why did you moan when the woman in Homeward 3 became gigantified? I wonder if you can fail at reloading a revolver. I mean, it has the active reload, I think, so it would be interesting to see the animation though. Gachimuchi Civil War. I will show you who's the boss of this United States.
The Time Starter car will come to murder you. They have strong shields and no one knows where they come from, so watch out for that. Shit. So you are kept on your toes a bit, especially if you're playing the game with chest hair, but the game has two halves which do feel like they're pulling against each other. I'm gonna call the first half Secret Agent gameplay. You're sent back in time to protect key figures and make sure events play out the way that they should. You come with weapons that look like they're from the period, but have been subtly modified with future technology. You could even headcanon a reason why every gun you touch is so accurate, in the same way that I accept regenerating health here as they put nanomachines in your blood or something. Of course, you don't always use guns of the era, and sometimes get to use war crimes of the future, but some of these are more appropriately subtle, like the sniper rifle that automatically accounts for wind, humidity, everything. It's only used in a single mission and the gimmick is that it aims for you, but it's still a fun mission, watching the crazy ways bullets curve around objects. It's like being able to play Wanted, and why else would you ever bring up Wanted? Then, since you can't bring it right—
I mean, Wanted wasn't that bad, I think. Wanted had some cool scenes. I did forget the movie existed, but...
back, and to make sure Nazis don't get their hands on it, you self-destruct it, which turns out not to be a great idea, and this kicks off the Holocaust arc. And while Morris...
ah, yes, yes.
...doesn't know what's happening, I'm sure he gets a bad feeling about it. You know, going on a street with too many pawn shops, seeing a blue light in a fast food restaurant bathroom, Nazi death camp. And without Chronotech or Mother's Wisdom, Morris only has self-help tips like don't die. It's not wrong. Besides, the other prisoners were plotting their escape the second they stepped off the train.
Охранники ночью иногда спят на постах.
So, not keeping the sniper rifle may have been a bad move. But going back to agent weapons, there's also a rocket launcher that disguises itself as artillery. When you go to Pompeii, they just hand you a microwave gun that melts people down. This feels like the area where creative future weapons could probably have been expanded on the most. Getting sci-fi weapons you have to use sneakily in the time, or ones that don't leave much of a trace. I think of something like a Van Helsing drum magazine of crossbow bolts, or some kind of flechette weapon that launches an element that rapidly melts after impact. They do give you some large maps where you can choose to fight or sneak around, but it still feels very underdeveloped. It's more little
Holocaust arc. That's certainly a sentence, yeah.
opportunistic moments that pop up. Stealth is sort of an option sometimes, but you're mainly expecting stand-up fights. Besides, the other half of the game is being a gun wizard. Fully automatic weapons from the future that sometimes also auto-lock onto their targets. That's the power fantasy side of it, and it speaks for itself. The issue is that which of these you're going to be doing is completely arbitrary. Like you'll be sent to turn around a battle that's gone wrong to protect the integrity of history. And then sometimes Dexter goes, fuck it, take this nightmare gun.
Yeah, you can thank me later. Take this gun and engage in some numerical adjustment out there.
It gets to a point
Bro doesn't get paid enough to put up with this shit. God damn. The bullet curving stuff was absolutely baller when I saw it as a kid. Wanted was better than the comic it was based on, at least. It was based on a comic? Didn't know that.
Where you wonder, why are we even bothering to try and hide this anymore? Like, Pompeii is not just a microwave gun, there is a full-on John Woo tier firefight across all of the streets of Pompeii. People are making kill zones with auto turrets. Future archaeologists will dig up Gaius and Aulus, and they will wonder why they're filled with 556. And sure, this is a game where you introduce Roman legionnaires to the concept of buckshot, plus the time travel and everything else means the rule of cool should apply, they just can't pick a lane. It could still work if both modes were fun in their own way, which they can be, but overkill usually wins out. Not only is it just more fun to play since you're obliterating people with future guns, but beyond the AI acting up and the many bugs the game has. Actually, that's not a minor point, this game is incredibly buggy, but even if we live in a world where this all works perfectly, it falls apart mechanically too. The system for blue enemies and upgrading old guns is a neat idea at first, but eventually... Damn it. When you get to the point where you could get past the Sardaukar shields in the campaign, you realize that baiting them in is a good idea because they're a reliable source of future weapons. If you get the drop on them and grab one good gun, congratulations, when it comes to ammo, you now have House Carino DoorDash. It is a great and ambitious idea, but covered in a layer of jank and collapsing into itself. Sometimes the maps can just be too big and feel empty and tedious. And then the final missions will have more closed-in, standard FPS level design. You always have Chronotech weapons, and they're the best levels in the game. A three-way battle between Time Cops, the Sardaukar, and the Roman Legion while Mount Vesuvius is actively going apeshit. The gameplay overall feels...
That is so incredibly based and goated with the sauce. Holy, they were cooking, man. Wish they cooked more of that. God damn. Speaking of Wanted, it also had a weird game where, depending on the version you're playing, you either shoot him in the head or leaving him alive and piss on him. What the fuck? Wanted had a video game, what the fuck? That's kind of crazy. There's a reason a lot of people like the show. Oh yeah, you're talking about The Boys. Yeah, I heard The Boys comic was pretty fucking bad compared to the show.
Bad and awkward, but then it'll have fights that have no right to be this cool. Some of the insane imagery in this game, I can easily see outlasting the memories of it being stiff. And no, this is not a janky hidden gem that you should go play, but the fact this game existed at all is so interesting. I think you fight roughly the entire political compass in one game, and it's not an RPG. All that said, that leaves us with the story, which doesn't seem to have too much going on until the very end of the game. There is a lot of good setup for it, and even now, I can't tell if you're supposed to think Chronotech is incompetent. They establish there's only one timeline, which they have to keep going back to fix mistakes, and in doing that, create even more mistakes that also have to be fixed.
What the fuck is that gas mask? That's not how gas masks work.
This is an endless death march, and you get good looks at all the problems they've caused. Time cops are just people they grab to go fuller auto across history. They don't have the rifleman's creed. Sometimes they forget to bring their gun back.
The great reckoning is upon us, brought nigh by the evils and the sins of the Confederacy. I am his holy weapon, sent to render his divine judgment. None can stand before the wrath of his anger.
Like for most of the game, you help the Russians in World War I and the Union in the Civil War, but then you end up helping them too well and then have to go back and fight for the other side to shift things back into place. It's endless correction with countless witnesses to all of it. And from here on out, I will get into spoilers, but they hammer this issue in on a personal level, like escaping the German fun camp. Not only does Chronotech intervene with a massive direct assault, at the end of it, you're told the next mission is going back in time to set up the assault to save yourself. Which is a neat little reveal, but I hope all investors are shorting this company. But okay, let's get into the core of it.
Shit. We can travel through time, but we still can't get the weather forecast right.
Like I said before, most of the game is just fighting battles in the past, protecting VIPs. But there are signs of even more disruptions as your intel gets worse and worse and troops are showing up where they shouldn't. Along with that, the Sardaukar, known in-game as the Opposition, are trying to establish footholds in the past. Mother has no idea who they are or why they're doing this, but the Opposition leader himself interrupts you once. He claims that Chronotech is the true problem, but you can't join the Opposition yet as they're too scattered and they might want to still kill Morris for all he's done. So for one, the side you're working for is really the evil ones is a thing in games forever, and especially 7th gen. And this entire operation is obviously a shit show, so if anything, it feels more like a logical conclusion rather than some kind of twist. The crack there is that the Opposition don't seem to have that much more respect for time, and if anything, might be just as bad or worse. I'm not seeing them as the true defenders of history. In the later No Latin mission, they're launching a full-scale incursion into Pompeii, which seems odd when Vesuvius is about to make it a tourist attraction, but there are two answers for this. Primarily, Dr. Cole is here. He doesn't come across as a super genius though, more a senile old man lost on vacation. It's also not entirely clear why they couldn't find him.
The idea of this game is what is so intriguing. Shame about the implementation. Yeah. This looks like a game from a different timeline. The best timeline. The timeline where gamers won. And we got all of the stupid, batshit insane games we want.
Until now, but him being like this explains a lot about his organization. The Opposition itself is also given new context.
The Opposition, it's the same organization. Only we're from the future. Mother has trouble accepting this, but it's true. We're playing for the same team.
This is a more interesting twist. Your faction could be in the wrong, and the one you're fighting is the same one more developed in the future, but they're also just as irresponsible in points. It does line up, but most of the story in the game is just about the fighting and the mystery about why this is happening. The setup that is there is more things you have to notice on your own. The reason for Cole's vanishing is also too vague. He says he was running some kind of experiment, but it's not clear how he was doing this, or what its purpose was.
I had to keep it to myself, but I was testing a hypothesis that could have changed everything. There was no reason to...
Dr. Cole, finally we meet.
The Opposition leader had studied and revered Cole's work, but the Opposition is an actual opposite to Cole's philosophy. He asks that, after everything, should the past still not be changed no matter what? This is a game that had a Holocaust level, but Chronotech only intervened to get you out and to get the VIP out. You don't know what corrections they made for this mass breakout, or if they even happened. And that's how the good doctor likes it, even if his people are horrible at it. He thinks altering time will have massive repercussions we can't predict, but he has a philosophy on top of that.
Who am I, or anybody else, to play God?
No, come on, it's too late for that, Speed.
Are you fucking kidding me, man? A timeline where it was successful enough to start a franchise, and the Gollum and Kong games were award-winning masterpieces. I mean, we had one, like, good fucking King Kong game, but you didn't really... No, you got to play as the ape, I think, right? I think you played as the Kong in the final level of the in the Peter Jackson's King Kong movie tie-in game. At least that's how I remember it. That game was fucking cool, man. But that recent one, not so much.
I'm all for helping those that suffer, but dark days teach valuable lessons.
You are a hero to millions, including me. And so it pains me greatly to do this.
Hey! What the fuck?
Easy, Agent Dexter. That will be the end to violence if I have my choice. And I have an explanation.
And this is where things get fucking insane. The men you were protecting were the ancestors of scientists. They created a DNA sequencer for the purpose of fighting disease, but it can also signal out racial groups. This was then taken by terrorist scientists in the Middle East.
Over 99% of those with DNA sequences from European heritage died horribly. The plague brought a secondary wave of death. Rioting and wars as governments struggled to survive and economies.
So while the Holocaust may have planted the seed of preventing mass tragedies, Cole was having you work to protect the white genocide virus, which kills 2 billion. Between this and Dexter's background, you can tell this was being made during the height of War on Terror. Not to mention the virus map. This is the official European outage atlas. There's a good amount to unpack with that one. Due to 2 billion people dying, this is the one thing the opposition tried to change. They had even tried to influence Cole more suddenly, causing him to take his vacation, but since he reached the wrong conclusion anyways, he had to die. It's also pointed out that Dexter's entire family would have died in this plague. Now you can hang around and wait for Mother to call back, or go with him and join the opposition.
What the hell do we do now, brother?
The end. What a turn that took. The idea of using time travel to prevent some kind of tragedy...
Bro, this game is fucking bonkers, man. Holy.
Is very common in this genre, but it's usually not dropped right at the very end, and in this case, only for one event. In this case, the loss of life seems massive enough to consider it, but it still seems underwritten. Like, maybe Morris should have been horrified by the death camp, and Dexter would say, that's how it is and we can't change it. And then he'd have to face a much larger mass death event which affects him personally. And then he could get the same speech back at him from Cole about how all this will actually be a valuable lesson in the future. It just doesn't bring that up directly with its characters or float ideas like relativism or anything else. Instead, Dr. Cole just comes across like a moron. He's more interested in painting Vesuvius erupting and just seems completely unconcerned with anyone suffering around him. Because in his mind, it's already happened, everyone is dead, and it shouldn't change. But the organization is made up from people from all across time, where all kinds of events would affect them personally. The problem is the overall plot and characters have felt so thin to this point, it's hard to tell if you're doing the heavy lifting for the game. They throw out an abrupt reveal, and then it all ends on a cliffhanger. Dark days teach valuable lessons also isn't happening in the game itself, so I'm curious what Cole's argument there would be. It does give you something to ponder on over nothing, but it's not the strength of the game. The appeal here is gunning down primitive screwheads.
Yeah.
When you're done, there is an instant action mode. You can re-enter any mission with a custom loadout and some altered game settings, but by this point, you're probably done. A lot of the team did move on to do interesting things, but no sequel or replacement to this one. Again, you don't really need to seek this one out. It's buggy, awkward, and stiff, but there's so much passion on display for trying to make these areas feel authentic. It could be done better today, but I'd imagine it'd be hard to get the budget to pull that off. Even in the state it's in, it can have striking imagery, and the feeling of being in a proper battle that some FPSs now don't pull off. There are some fun gimmicks and set pieces, but nothing I feel tempted to come back to. So next time, there will be a much more polished time travel game. But as far as a great idea goes, I think this could still be the best, it's just the execution.
We're almost there, boys.
It's probably not that interesting in the first place. There could be a series or something that would be fitting for that, so I am open to input there. Something like puzzle games maybe, but I don't know if that'd actually be good to watch. I've got a lineup for the next while anyhow.
Can't have just anybody get their dick beaters on it.
Yo. More polished time travel game. What the fuck? Is this hold on, let me see. Yeah, this is his most recent review, so I have no fucking idea what he's cooking up next. What the hell? I thought it was Oni for sure, because there aren't even like other games on the on his list right now. So damn. Dr. Morrison kinda now sounds like a badly written old man, but if he was a well-intentioned extremist. This reminds me of Doctor Who's The Waters of Mars, where he has to explain to a character that they have to die, and it's good they die because so much of human history is kickstarted by their death. Amazing. I'm guessing it's Singularity. Oh man. I hope he meant like... There's my cat. I hope he meant like the next time travel thing he does and not the next video in general. Brother, please, man. You can't keep doing this to me. At some point it has to be Oni, right? At some point it has to be. Let me get that hit of copium. Foiled again? I fucking hope not, man. Anyway, that's another thing off the list. Fuck, this thing is so long though. Okay, we're gonna do the Journeyman Project, and because I cannot keep putting Ross away. It's a little bit long, but fuck it. I guess this stream is just gonna be long. Mandalore's video on Alien vs Predator Extinction is probably the one I have watched the most, but I hope he does Oni next. For 15-hour stream, let's go. Oh, I don't have that. I don't have that in me, I think. But yeah. Fuck it, yeah, let's do it. Ross's Game Dungeon, the Journeyman Project, long awaited, you know.
To initiate historical reconfiguration and comparison.
Oh, hell, we're gonna have time travel again.
I have approximately zero idea. As usual, when it comes to Ross's Game Dungeon, that's a fucking given that I have zero idea about the game he's gonna talk about.
Hey, welcome to the Game Dungeon. Boy, I don't know where to start with this one. You know, when it comes to time travel, it's not as simple as start from the beginning. You know this. This time, starting from the beginning is honestly just too much work. So we're gonna start close to the beginning, but we're gonna have to jump around here. It's just... Okay, so this is the Journeyman Project. Mostly. Let's get going. So we start off and get a slideshow. The year is 2318. I guess we missed the 300-year pre-anniversary. The story takes place in the floating city Caldoria. The world united in 2117. I think it's one government now? Not 100% on that. But somebody went and invented time travel, then the government said, whoa, this is way too dangerous. So they shut it down. Except not really. It continued as a secret agency to protect the continuity of time, codenamed Journeyman. Yeah.
Man, we getting a lot of time travel shit in one stream. I didn't know this is actually like anything about fucking time travel. I thought it's just like some sci-fi space game or something. Holy. I wonder if this is once again like some point and click adventure type of a deal, or what are we actually doing in this one?
So there's our title wrapped up nice and neat for us. That's not bad. Some games I don't know why they're named what they are even after I've beaten the game.
Even Apes had time travel in it. Oh yeah, man. Holy. Time travel stream, I guess.
And now we have some pretty nice music and a rather slow slideshow showing off Caldoria. Seriously, this lasts a minute and a half. I may speed it up a little.
What the
But while that's
fuck?
going, I should mention I actually have a bit of an agenda with this game. Right off the start, it sounds like this might be Utopia. We got our act together? The world is at peace?
The galaxy is at peace.
Yeah, and now we have flying cities, and things are so good, the only thing we have to worry about is time travel sabotage. How great is that? I'd like to see more Utopias. I mean, how many games are set in a dystopia or post-apocalyptic world instead? It's gotta be 50 to 1, right? I mean, to be fair, dystopias are probably more interesting. But I think utopias are underrepresented. So I wanted to dust off this game to take a look at one. Uh-oh, so much for you.
Okay. All of this fucking setup for this was genuinely worth it. I watched this review so long ago, I don't remember anything about it. So it's either not that entertaining, or the game is so batshit that it's hard to keep up with.
Utopia? Oh, no, I guess that was a dream? Or a vision of the future? Well, we're just waking up, and one thing I need to say right off the bat is this game's sound design is rough and has bugs. That said, I can't tell if
Why is he in Predator vision? What the fuck? Don't show your asshole to the camera, please. No, you don't need to. Yeah, lie down there, man. If you turn off the stream, I will actually kiss you on the head and tell you it's okay to be so dumb.
it's a bug right away.
What the fuck is with the slideshow cutscenes? Like, I'm still... It has to be like some sort of point and click thing.
Or if the direction is making a joke here, by having the morning news by this soft-spoken announcer while our interface booting up is so loud, it almost ignores what he's saying.
Of Earth awaits the arrival of the
energy level 50%
in the Symbiotrary Alliance of sentient beings. Our Megan Love is.
Well, that's too bad.
Oh, that kinda hurts my ears. Oh man.
Because he's delivering some important news. Today is the first time we will be making in-person contact with aliens from another world to join the symbiotrary of peaceful beings. Yeah, aliens made first contact with us 10 years ago saying this would happen, and today's the day.
Back to you at the studio, Johnny.
Thank you, Megan Love. This morning's broadcast was brought to you by Future Cola, the choice of the peaceful generation.
Uh-oh. Well, first off, I like these names. Megan Love and Johnny Ego. These are good future names. Although now I'm thinking Johnny Ego is on some sort of sedative.
I'm Johnny Ego, and you're listening to the mellow sounds of WKIM Too Big.
But more importantly, I think we may have lost some utopia points here. What with the
maybe you know, maybe it's illegal to go into work sober actually in the future, you know.
News being sponsored by Future Cola? Now there's the obvious conflict of interest.
There we go. It's 100% a fucking point and click.
It's a scandal at Future Cola. The radio news probably won't cover that because that could affect their bottom line.
Oh, it's that. Oh man, it's that kind of point and click. This is some like Flash games of my time quality adventure point and click game. Holy.
What I think people may not be thinking of is how soda companies are going to dominate the universe. Cola companies have been trying to take over the sky for a long time. I mean, skywriting by Pepsi goes back to the 1920s, so naturally they got in on the space program also. Now, I don't know which of these operations were paid, but in 1985, both Pepsi and Coca-Cola got sodas into space. In 1995, Coca-Cola had the first Coke dispenser in space, but I don't think that was at the request of the astronauts. In 96, the Russian government was paid millions by Pepsi to have cosmonauts launch a Pepsi can model during a spacewalk on the Mir space station. Now, skipping ahead, in 2014 to 2016,
I love how these companies pay like an absurd amount of money for these kinds of stuff. And then you learn about them not from fucking history books or like anecdotes of your parents who are like, oh yeah, this really cool thing happened. You learn about them from some fucking YouTube video that uses it as just a, oh yeah, this funny thing happened in the past. Well, it's a Mac OS game. I mean, yeah, true.
there were plans for Pocari Sweat to put their drink on the moon. I hadn't heard of them, but apparently this brand is huge in Asia. That one didn't follow through though. More recently, in 2019, Pepsi, again, scrapped plans to use orbital satellites with polyester sails to reflect the sun in order to make logo advertisements in the night sky. So soda companies are eager to take over space.
Oh my fucking god. The return on investment is terrible. I would say so, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you had KFC fly a sandwich to the stratosphere and Pizza Hut deliver pizzas to the International Space Station, but it's really cola companies leading the charge. So sure, for now, cola companies don't own the sky and space beyond, but look at what time it is. It's only the 21st century. Journeyman is in the 24th. We're not 5 minutes into the game and they already fund the news. So I don't know, maybe I had it wrong and this isn't Utopia. It's just another cola-based society. Back to the game, I find an ID card and I'm embarrassed to say I forgot how to pick it up. I would have thought just clicking on it would do, but no. I can't drag it down, it just stops. Double clicking? Right click? Wait, no. This game was originally for Mac. There would have been no right click. Do I need to open the chips on my HUD? Does that... Jesus, how do I pick this up? Is there a menu? Escape? Oh, no. Escape does not bring up the menu.
Oh, don't you love those fucking old games, man?
Escape was the wrong button. Though hot damn, I can't remember the last time a game let me exit that quickly. That was even faster than Alt F4. Fine, what does the manual say? Take the card by dragging it down to the inventory. I did that! What? Oh, it's a confined area you have to drag it to. Okay. It's a small thing, but I'm leaving this in here just to lower everyone's expectations. It makes things more suspenseful if you're not confident I can even get out of the room. But I can! Aha! Dissolving doors. Alright. Oh, and since this is another game with a Fat Boy HUD, I'm gonna course.
I'm assuming that looks like a bathroom.
Alright, room. But I can!
Can you Can you tell what's the problem with having a dissolving see-through door with your shitter right behind it? What the fuck?
Aha! Dissolving doors. Alright.
We all know that Pepsi is going to own the universe. I mean, the Pepsiverse, according to their design documents. Better get started early. Oh yeah, so this is a game in the extended Pepsiverse. Cool. They started early with that fucking branding, man.
Right? Oh, and since this is another game with a Fat Boy HUD, I'm gonna crop things again. We'll switch back as needed. Well, I have to say, future decor isn't bad. I like the circles and wavy lines in the apartment. We have some background projector, though really we have stuff like this now if you really want it. Doesn't wow me. Though I appreciate the touch that we have a future genre.
Oh yeah, I forgot that Pepsi owns like or owned Navy. Like a good chunk of the Navy.
Of music. What does that say? Gear Hytham? Yeah, I don't know. Sounds
acoustic, that is, you shouldn't write that in such illegible letters, because I can read that as something else, man. Okay, that's clearly R&B, but it looks like R-E-B, fuck, I mean funk, sorry. That barely looks like orchestral, I'm sorry. Can you? No, don't do that. Either sit down or... Oh my god. He's such a cat, man. Living on a Pepsi planet would come with a 10,000 page document to sign. Pepsi would be like Wayland Yutani or whatever they're called from Alien, the big evil TM company.
It's a little too hipster to me, but people 300 years ago would probably say
what the fuck does that say, man?
The same about us. In the bathroom, there's a mirror, and there we are. Outside the apartment, I continue to approve of these walls. And you can go to different floors, and now doorbells double as phone messages.
I'm on vacation. I won't be back for
2 weeks, 5 days, 6 hours.
Thank you.
I'm intrigued that there are multiple people saying they're out for a while. This reminds me of a commercial I saw.
I'm kind of a social media nerd. I'm also kind of a burglar. The couple that lives here posted online that they're out of town, so I'm turning su casa into mi casa.
Based. Absolutely based. Is this supposed to discourage me from, like, I'm guessing this is a commercial made to discourage you from posting sensitive information on social media, but honestly, it's only encouraging me to get into the fucking game of social media based burglary, because this guy is fucking smooth, man.
And if you share every detail of your life on social media, this could be you.
So there's a few possible explanations.
You're a fucking rat, man. You literally sat here to goddamn put my attention to sleep only to flash my stream with your asshole. You're an asshole, man. I gotta get him out of here. I don't have audio on. The thing that Jerma does, where he gets naked and then turns on his camera, happened to me. Where I think if I turn off my camera, it will freeze on this frame. Oh, it didn't this time. Weird. Plot twist: the original inhabitants are actually robbing the burglar's house while he's out of state robbing, because he posted online about his vacation. Now this is some fucking social media based serpent eating its own tail something. It's probably not the best idea to post a lot of private information on social media. But if you do, you're a fucking idiot and you deserved to be robbed by the cool guy. I completely agree with him.
For this. Maybe security is first rate in the future? Or maybe people just don't have much incentive to steal anymore because this is utopia. It's not that people don't steal, but to put it in perspective, if you're eating food in public in developed countries, you generally don't expect people to steal it right out of your hand. So this may be like that. Or it could just be a Caldoria thing. You can't just hop in your car and drive uptown to go smash someplace. I mean, there's uptown and then there's uptown. So this is interesting. The game keeps saying I'm late for work. I don't care. But we make it to our stop and there's some sort of transportation.
Literally me.
Device.
Foreign element eliminated.
Oh, machines kill bugs automatically in the future. Okay, that gets some utopia points. Now for our destinations, at first
also very kind of scary about like possible malfunction doing something to you, but
thought this was a quite unusual selection of places to go to. But then I realized this is your personal transport card. So these are just places you go. Now, we're just going to go to work for now. There's a reason for that. The Temporal Security Agency. Let's go.
Prepare for molecular disintegration.
Oh, hell. Yeah, this isn't just a personal transporter. It's a friggin' teleporter. Okay, so we're really advanced in the future. I guess that's why it zapped the fly, too. Humanity is well aware of the movie. Though, really, if you're recreating molecules from their exact position, this shouldn't even be an issue. Assuming we have teleporters at all, a stray fly won't corrupt your stream. That's not to say we couldn't have a machine that merges your DNA like in the movie, but that wouldn't be a teleporter. That would just be some mad scientist thing that... Well, here we are at the Temporal Security Agency, and uh-oh, they want the anti-piracy code. Hold on. Well, we're inside.
Man, anti-piracy measures back in the day were fucking insane, weren't they? Like, you put in this code from your fucking guidebook. Or, as Metal Gear Solid 1 put it, check out the back of the CD for the frequency.
And now it's time to watch some instructional videos. Oh-ho! Again! Well, the videos are 5 minutes of this lady giving us the rundown. I like the slightly awkward delivery.
The simplest analogy for the theory of time travel is that of a tunnel in time. When someone travels through time, a tunnel is created which originates when travel is begun and ends when the traveler lands.
Well, it sounds like our whole...
The missile knows where it is, based on where it isn't.
Job is just to sit here all day and make sure the timeline doesn't change. Doesn't sound too hard. Now, the timeline changing has never happened before, but in the event that it were to change, our job is to go back in time and grab a disc that contains all of recorded history on it, bring it back, then compare the original timeline with the present one, and figure out what changed. Apparently there's a delay between when the TSA receives a warning about a time rift and when the timeline changes. So if we head back in time during that window, we can skip over it. And wouldn't you know it, as soon as we finish the training video, the alarm goes off and we have a time rift headed our way. What are the odds? And look, a countdown before it hits. We better hurry. Actually, not really. If you exit, then come back to the video, it looks like the timer gets reset. But here, let's just eat Cheetos and see what happens if it hits. Shwoop! You have been uncreated. Okay, so this was a pretty big timeline shift. And guess what? That's also what happens if you go anywhere other than work. Uncreated. No Hard Rock Cafe for breakfast. I kind of like the...
so it's just like a lame... So it's just like a lame game over screen, I guess.
Consistency, because we could have died earlier and had no idea why. But now that we know what's happening, it makes sense. What we should have done is head to the ready room to suit up, take a quick moment to admire this sound mixing, then head to the Pegasus machine to get ready for some time travel. 200 million BC, let's do it. And this is actually one of my favorite portrayals of time travel. I think it's tied with Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. I mean, this frame rate is hot garbage, but we're getting a bunch of tubes and rings and light rock music. And it all makes you think that time traveling is this fun, even relaxing thing, instead of some painful, gut-wrenching horror that our bodies weren't meant to withstand. Anyway, here we are in 200 million BC. Rah! The interface tries to warn us not to go over the edge, but of course we want to see the death scene. Yeah, this one's pretty tame. We can do better. Well, it's a straight shot to the time vault where there's a disc of all recorded history. Though I feel like there are problems with this plan, but that can wait. Let's head back to the future and see what awaits us. Well, it doesn't look too different. So far, so good. Let's slap in the disc and compare history. Oh wait, first we have another piracy code.
Another 3 of them? What the fuck? At least it's unique. What a world where you would cease to exist if you wanted to stop by Starbucks. Yeah.
Aha! Our tutorial lady has a new hairstyle. Indeed, the future has changed. If we compare the videos, in the altered timeline, there was a missile launch during some peace negotiations. There was an attack of a Mars base. Yeah, I guess we would be on Mars if we had friggin' teleporters. And there was some guy assassinated at a conference. So I guess we have our work cut out for us. Except wait a minute. This is the alternate future. But there's an alternate future. Okay, so here's the thing. I haven't been playing the Journeyman Project. I've been playing the Journeyman Project Turbo. The original is hard to come by, though I do have a copy of it. I'll get to that. Turbo is basically the same game, but got patched up a little bit. The original came out for Macintosh, but apparently the PC port had bugs. Then came the Journeyman Project 2. Yeah, this had sequels. Then came the Journeyman Project Pegasus Prime for Mac only.
I have never heard about this fucking game in my life, and it's a whole ass franchise with actual multiple games. What the fuck?
Which was a 4-CD complete remake of the original, with way more video and so on. And that got ported to the PlayStation, and I couldn't verify if that was unreleased or only came out in Japan. And also the Apple Pippin. Wow. Yeah, there's another console I forgot existed. The short version is, if you weren't a Mac user, you weren't playing this. Then the Journeyman Project 3 came out. Then a trilogy pack came out, which I bought, except it was defective. And they printed the wrong disc for Journeyman Project 2. So I've actually played 1 and 3, but not 2. But we're time traveling. This sort of thing happens. But lo and behold, 15 years later, 17 after the original remake, Pegasus Prime got working through emulation on PC, so GOG released a copy of it, also with features from the PlayStation version. Or at least that's what they're saying. Whoa, so now there's a fully remade version of the original? Maybe we should be looking at that instead. Yeah, maybe we should. I warned you this was gonna get messy. Time to time travel again. Alternate timeline time. Yeah. So it starts off mostly the same with our intro, but then we have our dream, and already this is my issue with remakes or enhancement mods. Instead of a slideshow, we get a full flyby of Caldoria. The slideshow in the original wasn't done for dramatic effect, it was done for disk space. So this is objectively better. Except now, instead of a bright sunny day, not only is it in the evening, but we have such thick tinting, this almost looks like everything is smog infested. Kind of like LA on bad days. Our utopian future...
You mean just LA? I never heard about it either. Oh god, this is the Starship Troopers analog when you watch the ID Resurgence review. Yeah, man. Holy, we are fucking digging up some skeletons here. Holy.
Does not reside in LA. I can tell you that right now. So this is already a big tonal shift from the original, and I'd say this is a subjective downgrade. We lost Utopia points here. I mean, I think I get what they're doing. They're trying to make it more like Cloud City from The Empire Strikes Back, and I don't blame them. The approach of the city might be my favorite scene in all of Star Wars. It had a real majesty to it. Okay, it's either that or this scene. This could be my favorite also.
Having trouble with your droid? No. No problem. Why?
I can really relate to that. Anyway, this goes to show how sometimes you can lose things with remakes. But I'm being nitpicky. Let's keep going. We wake up and, oh, they cut out 90% of Johnny Ego's dialogue. Well, that does fix the soda problem because now it's no longer mentioned, but damn, this is a rocky start.
Hey, Sleeping Beauty. Don't tell me you overslept. Whoa, you look awful.
Why are you surprised I was sleeping if you're calling me Sleeping Beauty?
Wake up. Wake up.
Damn it, I'm in Utopia. I don't take orders from you. I'm a child of the universe.
Good morning, Agent 5.
Okay, I like the blue holographic lady talking to me. This is a good trend. This is kind of what I want from the future. I have video messages. This is some date I have.
That's some fucking System Shock ass vibes I'm getting from that blue lady.
Last night. Guess it's a good sign she called back. This is my boss apparently telling me I'm late.
You've already been late to work twice this week. I need you here on time for
Agent
a change.
5, you are late for your scheduled shift at the TSA.
Shut up!
This...
Oh, we have replicators.
That's a little bit much. Sometimes you lose things with a remake. Don't tell Nomura. I remember when they made like one of the best fucking remakes of like they made a complete amazing remake of Metal Gear Solid 1, and for some reason Genius Kojombo really wanted the fucking John Woo action spectacle, so they made all of the cutscene fucking dumb. I remember.
Now, we're leaning even harder into Star Trek, it seems. Card keyring. That's kind of bulky. What is it with this design? Deus Ex did this sort of thing too. This is a future keyring, but it looks weird. Well, I'm from the 21st century. What do I know? Okay, this is nitpicky, but the apartment lighting feels kind of gloomier in the update. See, the original had this cheerful energy to it. I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. This is unacceptable for our video news. This is 300 years in the future, and that suit isn't even giving me a 90s vibe. It feels more like the 80s. I know it said in Human Revolution that...
Bro, I am literally playing LA Noire right now. And like, this is this is a fucking NPC you would see in LA Noire, bro. What the fuck is he doing in the future? What the hell? Twin Snakes was certainly a Metal Gear Solid. To be fair, is Kojima wanting those John Woo stuff at all out of character? If it was possible, you know, that Metal Gear Solid 5 would have Jojo tier stuff for the Man on Fire. But there's a slight difference because, I mean, MGS2 has a fucking vampire, man. And it's okay, it's explained in 4, but we had to wait so long for 4. But like, it's never explained why that man is a vampire and why he's so obviously gay for Raiden. And like, you know, everything else that is happening in fucking Metal Gear Solid, right? The problem with Twin Snakes was that they made the game and it was MGS1 specifically was sorta grounded for a Kojima production thing, right? And then to retroactively change it to be more action-oriented, where that action was very different in the original, that is a very strange thing to do, I think. The Man on Fire is literally a super villain. Yeah, but there was no need for plain sounds as Snake literally dodged bullets. That is also true. I mean, Snake jumping on fucking rockets fired from a helicopter to fire his own Stinger missile is somehow less believable than cyborg ninjas, gay vampires who... There's just a fucking vampire in the setting now. Severed arm, ghost possession. Like, that one scene with Snake beats all of that somehow. Because Snake was always like... the fantasy of Snake was that he's like a really good normal soldier who beats all of that superhuman fucking funky shit. Like, there's a guy manipulating bees and Naked Snake is like, I'm gonna shoot you with a gun, you bitch. You know, that kind of thing. Also walking tanks that moo and pee. Yeah, exactly. And like somehow him jumping on all of those rockets is the most ridiculous thing, because I want Solid / Naked Snake / Big Boss to be sort of a normal dude, not mentally normal, just physically normal, that kinda beats the odds. And the odds are really stacked against them. Also makes you wonder why you can't do that in the regular game. Also kind of true, like... controlling Snake is kind of stiff. He's kind of a stiff dude for all of the acrobatics he does, you know. So when he does some crazy, like literal fucking, you know. Oh my god. Like literal Grey Fox tier shit. Like you are like, I want him to do that in gameplay, you know. Out of curiosity, was this the weirdest future aesthetic that nobody would ever actually want? That one thing that happened in the Whitest Kids You Know sketch, where they time traveled in the there is a Whitest Kids You Know sketch which is obviously like a fucking comedic group, was a comedic group. Rip Trevor Moore, you're an OG, I love you. There's a sketch where they go back in time first thing after inventing time travel, and they grab a peasant and they teleport him into middle of modern Times Square, and he's very flabbergasted, and they are laughing really hard at that. And then they want to troll him even more, and they time travel into the future Times Square, and it's just abstract shapes, and they break down crying and puking, and and the guy from the past is just standing there still kind of bewildered. So that's an aesthetic I don't think anybody wants. Just very abstract shapes that don't even look like anything. The best way to cope with it is to never question what Kojimbo is cooking and judge the final product. Yeah, I love all of Kojima games, but that was just a shit idea to retroactively change Metal Gear Solid 1 into something completely else. The remake itself, like, is amazing. It's just those cutscenes don't work at all, you know. Anyway, back to the Journeyman Project. That was a wild roundabout discussion.
Business dress hasn't changed much over the years, but it's changed more than this. Hey, it's my date. Oh, is that Megan Love? Yeah, you're doing all right, Agent 5. Okay, I've literally received 6 notices that I'm running late since I started playing, so let's check out the...
Getting real, getting real cut off their limbs energy from all of this, you're late things.
Apartment some more. Aha! Doesn't quite have the human fodder look the original Agent 5 had, but he'll do. Hairstyle. Retro thrash. Ah, okay, Dragon Ball Z fans. Looks like you have something to look forward to in the future.
Much like your... Okay, that's actually very funny, man. That gag is really fucking good.
Will be late if you do not begin your morning hygiene routines immediately.
I'm still paying rent in the future, huh? Well, we need more details about how utopian this is.
I mean, it's more likely that everybody will be paying rent in the future, to be fair.
Is because I would think you wouldn't need to...
That's a good point, Lich. If you were a time cop, wouldn't you just get to work and go back in time so you aren't late?
Worry about...
I would do that shit literally every day, man. Holy, that would be the best job in the world. You can fuck around as much as you want and just go back in time to fix it, so it's perfect at the end of the day.
Rent in Utopia. But Caldoria is prime real estate. So I can see where the rules might be different here. Yeah, see, look, the hallways look nice, but we have this gloomy lighting again, and brown vision on the windows. I know I'm not shutting up about this, but it's important for me to point this out, because then you won't go and play this and just think you're more depressed now than when you play...
This remake is kind of insane, like how much different it looks than the original, and it's not even like that far apart when it comes to the timeline when it was released.
Played the original and you only remembered it brighter because
actually real life saves coming. To be fair, out of all companies, I can imagine a time travel company having the most legitimate reason to ensure everyone's on time. That is very true. You don't want your fucking time cop missing Decimus Maximus Ray going back to the cradle of all humanity and wiping us out, you know.
Those were happier times? No, they really switched the lighting on us. It's giving me Trackmania flashbacks. Wait, I know who... Okay, I know too much. I can't say anything. I would corrupt the timeline. Moving on. Well, nice views of Caldoria. even though this coloring suggests that Age of 5 may be clinically depressed now. Well, the teleporter is mostly the same. Ah, so that's how the future keyring works. Our entrance is a little fancier, and hey, no piracy check this time.
The stream has now two themes, time travel and brown.
Which makes sense that this came on 4 discs. What kind of maniac would try to copy 4 discs?
So help me if I miss the first human encounter with alien beings.
Ah, now that's actually a great point. When you arrived at work in the original, it was just you. But this is the Temporal Security Agency. There needs to be somebody on watch at all times. Really, there should be at least 2. She can't leave until you arrive. The job's too important. And now we have a mini-museum with figures from future history. Oh, wow. I've gotten that look from teachers before. Now, I'm not complaining, but this got me thinking. The Spartan look of the original actually made more sense. Really, the TSA shouldn't even have a name or a logo. It should look exactly like any other office building and should be buried within some other government agency budget and have a name like Internal Requisitions or something. I mean, their whole thing is that this is a secret agency, so they're taking a security through obscurity approach. You can't attack an agency if you don't know it exists. If they wanted a big logo and flashy museum, they should have taken an overwhelming force approach to security. I mean, everybody's heard of Fort Knox, right? That's where the US keeps most of its gold. It's no secret. You want to come steal the gold? Well, go ahead. It's right there. Come see what happens. It's not going anywhere. But back at the TSA, we have another plot element that makes more sense. You're being reprimanded for being late, so you're punished.
Which, kind of fair, kind of fair.
By rewatching all the training videos. That makes much more sense than the original where an experienced agent was watching them for no reason.
Okay, that's one of the best fucking that's one of the best explanations for an in-game tutorial I have ever seen. Holy shit, man.
And there's our temporal rift.
God, it's finally happened. And with you of all people on duty, Gage. This is it. It all depends on you. Get to the ready room. Let's do it.
Let's do it. I'm psyched. Well, first, let's run out the clock again just to make sure this is the real deal. No, it was a bluff. Oh. Well, we can blame it on faulty equipment. If we head to the Tokyo Hard Rock Cafe, we still get unmade and it looks even more brutal than the original. Okay, time travel. Let's go. Okay, this time jump isn't bad, but I kind of miss the rings and tubes and light rock music of the original. I mean, this is more polished, but it has less soul. Oh, and look, the volcano is less impressive than the original. How'd they miss that? Okay, our death screen is definitely better. Yeah, this remake has pros and cons. Now, in the original, 200 million BC was pretty straightforward. You walk down the canyon, grab the key, that's it, you're done. In the remake, now it's this branching path with lots of vegetation. Well, good thing I have the mapping module. Just activate it and auto-tracking unavailable and pressurized environments. Oh, that is so lame. I mean, almost every point on Earth is going to be a pressurized environment. In the original...
Yeah, what the fuck? That is the least helpful implant you can have in your fucking life. What the hell?
I can map my position anywhere, even though I didn't need it here. But here I could use it, but I can't. And now we have to first activate some generator, then in a separate location, activate a control panel to start this telescoping light bridge thing, then open up the panel and grab the key. Okay, I know I'm overanalyzing, but the originals kind of made more sense. I mean, you're putting the reference disk in 200 million BC and hoping no one ever finds it here. Really, the gig's up if someone travels back in time and knows to look for it. But if they did, wouldn't you not want to advertise that it's here? I mean, we have a branded landing pad, a generator, control panels, an alien tech-looking bridge thing. That would let an interloper know that they're in the right place.
Yeah.
And this is all to do what? Keep you from reaching a ledge you could access with some rope and climbing spikes? Or they could just set the jump zone on that same ledge? Plus, we're so far back in the future, wouldn't you want things as low impact as possible? I saw a movie before where this guy screws up the timeline for humanity because he steps in the wrong spot only 65 million years in the past. Yeah. Things could be that sensitive if you're talking changes over millions of years. You never know. But even without
that's based
changes,
on the short story. I think I read it.
Over millions of years.
Where they go on like a fucking they go on a safari in the prehistoric safari to shoot some dinosaurs. Didn't know they made a whole ass fucking movie based on that short story? What the hell? I like how the CEO has to pretend he wasn't openly hostile to the guy he needs to save everyone. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that's just like that's just normal. I think in any like modern job, the guy higher up than you is just openly hostile to you, and then when he needs you to do something, he's like, "Listen, little buddy, I need you to do me a favor, okay?"
You never know. But even without all that, in both games, I'm skeptical how good a plan this is. I mean, we're supposed to grab the disc, then bring it back to compare. Well, that works assuming your changes aren't that big. I mean, if I went back in time and decided to heat up the Cold War during the Cuban Missile Crisis, there may not be a computer or an agency or much of anything for me to come back to. Plus, wouldn't we need more historical points of reference, like newspapers? See, we're assuming there's a functioning computer back in the alternate timeline that also recorded history and can read this disc. If your big change was in 1962, that historical log may not be there anymore to compare. But a newspaper from 1960 would still be the same. Ideally, you'd want a bunch of reference points. Okay, back to the alternate future.
5. What are you doing joyriding in the Pegasus? Your research reconnaissance mission was not scheduled until... Wait a minute, what's that uniform you're wearing? What's that look on your face?
Retro Thrash.
You have a lot of questions to answer, soldier. Once you have finished logging your report in the command center, I want to see you in my office immediately.
Whoa. Okay, now I'm not a time cop, but I sometimes work with the time police, and I'm gonna have to report a violation here. We're in the alternate timeline now. That means your boss should have no idea who you are. Let us not forget that if we failed to jump over the time rift, we are unmade. That doesn't mean Agent 5 dies. That means he ceases to exist. He was never conceived on this timeline. That means your boss has literally never seen you before. Now, he could maybe put 2 and 2 together and figure out what happened, but he does not know any version of you. Come on, Pegasus Prime. If you're gonna be about time travel, you have to get the time travel part right. Well, the comparison videos only have the holographic lady in purple instead of blue. Kind of lame. They should have given her a mohawk or something. We have a lot more visuals in the original. I like the acting for the assassination on the alternate timeline in particular. You shot me. Really, man?
He's just slightly annoyed. He just got assassinated.
Downloaded the information regarding the temporal distortions. I still can't believe it has really happened. I'm reviewing all of the information about this matter, but it's obvious I can't risk sending you back to change things now. My life in the only world I have ever known is at stake. And no one, no matter what the regulations say, is going to change it for better or worse. As of this moment, consider yourself a hostile enemy of the state. I'm sending robots 1 and 2 to guard the command center door until I can figure out how to dispose of you.
Yeah, I'm glad the game brought this up. I was gonna say, this is a separate reality. If we undo the damage to the timeline, you can bet that's going to uncreate people here, too. Maybe there would be some resistance to that idea. Now, you'd think the head of the agency would be a little more duty-bound for something so important, but something tells me this guy rose to the top because of politics. Anyway, turns out our AI was ready for this contingency and has override codes to take over the computers, to open doors, control robots, and free us so we can continue on our mission. Though, like the disc, this assumes too much doesn't change. I mean, what if in the alternate timeline OS2 or BOS became dominant instead, and software had evolved from that? These codes might not do much then. Well, it's time jumping time.
I mean, with a story this ambitious, you cannot fucking write for every like possibility. It would be literally impossible. So, dude gets hit by a shuriken and is like, well, that's life. Haven't seen acting that awesome since Enter the Ninja's shuriken death scene. I gotta see this after.
Again? And in addition to jumping in time, I'm gonna be jumping between games here as I see fit. This is gonna get messy. I don't even know how I'm gonna do this, but let's go. So since we have 3 time alterations, I figured starting at the beginning would make sense. Since if you fix that one, maybe the other 2 won't even happen. Well, if I do that, there's a giant robot waiting for me.
You are no match for me, human. But I love a challenge.
Then I'm gassed. Then I'm arrested. Okay, I guess we're not starting at the beginning. Now, if I start at the end, I get shot with a toxic dart by a robot who morphs into a man, then I die. Yeah, this is sobering, actually.
Fuck, man.
I mean, there's always a chance you go back in time straight into a mess and immediately die. So the game's not buttering up the experience too much. Well, I guess that means we're going to Mars. And here we are. Well, the thing about Mars is that it's not suitable for human life. So we're just going to be in tunnels inside the Mars colony. It's okay, I guess. One Mars colony is much like another. I will say there are some big differences between the 2 games, though. In the original, we wander the tunnels, a giant robot sees us and ignores us. We get some background on the Mars base that sounds like they may have just hired her straight from the Tokyo Hard Rock Cafe earlier.
Like a heavenly siren, Mars lures us to its inhospitable shores with visions of unearthly splendor.
What sombering tones, man. What calming... You know what I'm saying. Kinda makes me wonder if the recent assassination was also thwarted by the time police. But they would interfere with that one, not, you know, one of the previous ones? Like, man.
If you go this way, you interact with people.
Also, they would protect us from that, but not the global pandemic. With that fucking time police sucks then.
Which is a big no-no. You can walk out into an airlock and asphyxiate yourself. Just a reminder, oxygen is a necessary part of life. We get a tram ride in the underground tunnels and finally find an air mask. I'll talk about that in a little bit, but first, let's jump back to the alternate reality. Well, right away, this is more impressive. Although in the remake, everything has grimmer lighting again. Though I think that kind of works for Mars. The announcer is a lot better, but like Johnny Ego, has 90% of her dialogue cut.
Welcome to the Morimoto Mars colony. Have a wonderful stay.
We can asphyxiate here too. Yep. This time the robot full-on tosses us, and it's made clear he's not messing around. Now we can go inside this door where the robot murdered everyone in the room. You also get to see through the doors to find the rest of security playing paper, rock, scissors. Yeah, I think somebody's not gonna have a job soon. Let's say hi.
What are you supposed to be? Get him.
You get him.
You get him.
No,
you get him.
Well, they got you. The tram ride is...
Could have cut that a little bit earlier because that looked a little bit weird. If they cut that earlier, that would have made more sense. I do like all of the unique death scenes. Oh yeah, that's definitely a high point of any like old point and click game like this, where you had all of those brutal fucking ways to die, usually accompanied by a totally unique cutscene. I mean, you just watched a Mandalore video where the Time Police was very much not interested in fixing things and more in preserving the timeline. You are kinda correct. Or maybe the Time Police just works for the ultra rich and Trump is like, gets fucking life extension, like we get life extending technology in the future, and he becomes like part of the top circle, so they are protecting people who pay them off in all of timelines or something. Waxworks is still the best for death scenes, I believe. Haven't seen that game.
A much bigger deal now. Most of the track is closed, so you have to memorize this route and play a quick time event game to get through it, otherwise you die.
That sucks.
Mixed feelings on this. Now, you get an air mask here too, but this is where we have to hop off. Because not only does it not have air in it, but this game is simply different from the original. See, in the original, you go through one time zone, get some items you need, then head to the next one, and so on. In the remake, you're gonna hit a wall no matter which way you go. Then you need to jump to another time zone, then jump back, and so on. So we're not gonna have a direct comparison here, since this is going through a blender. Well, I want to stay on Mars, so...
That's weird. That's radically different gameplay. Oh yeah, the Time Police is definitely on the Pepsi payroll. You are right. It's a Pepsi-verse out there. We're just living in it, man.
Back to the past. Next we defuse a bomb or something. You know, the usual. But then we follow the robot again to the Mars maze. Now this maze is pretty lame, but the music here is so good. It's this light rock with electronic elements and bells and sort of a world music choir. Now this would not have been my first thought for Mars-based music, but it works. It totally works. This gets a 10 out of 10 for future music. And for whatever reason, the choir in this is kind of giving me vibes of the a cappella one from Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? But see, Journeyman has this positivity to it without being specifically targeted to kids. I can appreciate that. And once again, we have these crappy 22 kilohertz compressed samples for the soundtrack. Now, Pegasus Prime upped the quality of some of the music to 32 kilohertz, which is weird. I haven't heard of that before, but I'll get to that. Well, I actually contacted the composer Gino Andrews about this a while back to see if there was anything better. He said he didn't have it, but he remembered the original Mac version of the non-turbo Journeyman Project having CD audio. So I hunted that down a while back, making it the only Mac...
Holy shit, Ross goes above and beyond when it comes to these reviews. Jesus Christ, man.
Exclusive game I own. And sure enough, it has this in CD quality. Now, I was going to share that with you, abandonware style, but it looks like it's no longer abandoned. In 2016, 23 years after the first game came out, we finally got a soundtrack for Pegasus Prime, which I think includes the originals also, and has unreleased bonus tracks. Now, I don't have this, but there could be an issue with this soundtrack because of the time travel. I can't talk about that yet. We'll get there. Well, after the maze, the robot takes off on a shuttle, and we have to chase him down in another one. We're treated to a flyby animation of the Martian canyons, and everything about this is so 90s. We are cruising at peak 90s now, people. Actually, no, I blew up the image again. There we go. Wait, no, there we go. We're doing
my
the HUD
God.
within a HUD here. So yeah, if you were missing the 90s, your levels should be topped off now. You're welcome. But we are not done. The robot takes off into space and we have to shoot him down. This is pretty basic and it's a little awkward to control, but since you're pursuing him and he has no rear weapons, you basically can't lose. Yeah, this drives home another point where I want to say 90% or so of spaceflight games are just planes in space. It's a good thing his shuttle doesn't have side thrusters because then this dogfight would get real fast. But it doesn't. We drain the energy to his ship, put him in the tractor beam, then board him. Which honestly is kind of a risky move, but fortunately he does...
Yeah, isn't he a fucking machine of war? Didn't he have like a giant fucking automatic cannon attached instead of one of his arms? Boarding this ship is the last thing I would be fucking thinking about, man. Ross is the man who played Armed and Dangerous to completion. If he can find something, he will. Oh yeah, he is definitely driven, if anything. That's why I am so glad he is behind the Save Games initiative, because this man will not stop until he gets fucking results, and I respect that, man.
Not just open up the doors and start mauling me point blank, then steal my ship. He powers down, I grab some biochips out of his...
Good to go do your stuff. Bye, guys. Hey, man, thanks for checking out the stream, Haribo now. And yeah, see you in the next one, man. This is pretty much the last video I will do today, so you won't miss out on much. But as always, the VOD will stay up, so enjoy it at your own leisure, you know.
Head, which just so happened to be compatible with mine, and we are done with Mars for now. So back to the future, in the original game we should now head to Sydney for some conference about aliens. Bam, shot with the dart. Well, good thing we conveniently happen to be in a chemical compound manufacturing lab. So we have to analyze what we were shot with and synthesize the antidote. And we're given a puzzle. Whoa. Okay, my first thought on seeing this was maybe there was some pattern in the color chains here that I had to decipher and match up to these shapes here and maybe rotate them in 3D space so they form the correct sequence. Jesus. Or maybe this has something to do with actual chemistry and I have to bust out some chemical compound diagrams to figure out exactly which molecules can bond here? Either way, this is a high-level puzzle, and not something I would want to do on a timer while the toxin enters my bloodstream. Oh wait, no. You just have to drag the shapes and do blind trial and error for which ones come first. Oh, that's a lot easier than what I was expecting. So yeah, that's all there was to it. Now, let's head back over to Pegasus Prime, because I think there's almost nothing lost here from the original, and they added a lot more. The biggest difference I saw was the original had a more neutral computer voice, and the remake is more Australian.
Diamond hydrogenate is a relaxant commonly found in sleep and health aids. In combination with other drugs, its effects can be overpowering.
Chemical, complex dimenhydronate-based liquid tranquilizer. Sending analysis information to molecular compositor.
That is fucking aggressively Australian.
Also,
man.
the original has
hell?
some grisly surgery video while a doctor mutters to himself. This felt a little out of place tonally to me anyway, so yeah, I think cutting that was a good move. The hallways of the convention center look pretty much the same, although I'm skeptical if Australian design is really gonna look like this in the future. It's like a bug colony or something. This look is actually giving me strong vibes of an alien faction for some 90s or 2000s strategy game, but I just can't remember which one. Memory. Now, one thing we get in the remake, not in the original, is all the live actor video, and it all lives up to every stereotype.
Nice eyepiece. Do you belong here?
Yeah, that's about as natural as it's gonna get. What's she holding?
Excuse me, can I help you? This is a private office, you know?
Nice outfit. Security!
Yeah, this is some high quality cheese here.
May I see your badge, please?
Oh man, I fucking love this. Holy.
Security, we have another protester at the auditorium entrance.
I like the glazed look in his eyes as his mouth starts to open.
Hello, Elliot. This is Dr. White again. I still haven't received results from those morphine tests that I needed the other day.
Okay, now what fake accent is that? Upper Midwest?
Hello, Elliot. This is Dr. Walczek. I'm calling to check up on our progress after the neurotransmitter equalizer that I prescribed. I'm afraid that the stress you are under may be a bit much, even for this increased dosage. But
I wonder if she was in Wolfenstein 2009, too.
Oh, Dr. Sinclair, aren't you speaking at the conference right now? Wait a minute, if you were speaking at the conference, you wouldn't be here! Sometimes I just think too much. Goodbye, Dr. Sinclair, and don't eat anything toxic now.
I don't know. This could be me if I got old enough. I like his floppy disk clipboard there.
Hey, I know they let aliens in here. Hey, buddy, this is a joke, right?
Oh, yes, it is. Now, I guess I should catch everyone up on the plot. The inventor of time travel, Elliot Sinclair, and also I think the inventor of the morphing alloys, even though the remake is crediting Candace White with that, is also a giant xenophobe. He hears that aliens are coming in peace to visit us, and oh no, not on his watch. So he's the one responsible for these time rifts, and honestly, he should have been the agency's first suspect. I mean, time travel is a secret to everyone but the TSA and the guy who invented it. So if somebody's disrupting time, the TSA should have a talk with him first. Anyway, after Mars, we picked up a transmission to his robot telling it to blow up the Mars colony and shoot down the first sighting of an alien craft, so each side would think the other did it. I mean, yeah, that would change the timeline. He's trying to make triple sure we never have peaceful contact with these aliens.
What the fuck? What the fuck is his problem with aliens, man? God damn.
There's not really any basis for this. He says it's because historically, human settlers ended up treating indigenous cultures horribly. And that's true, but those were humans. Regardless, Sinclair isn't having any of this innocent until proven guilty crap.
Why does he look like fucking
so we need to stop
MGS5 big boss in that specific video? What the hell? The boss wants you to sabotage alien efforts so he can fuel the war machine.
Having any of this innocent until proven guilty crap. So we need to stop him, but first we need to clean up his messes, since chronologically, those happened first. But we can't go forward just yet, because this is the remake, and that means this door has been jammed.
He's so old it could be any number of reasons is probably the most real answer fucking ever, man. Like, when you become old enough, you just fucking hate everything, man. You become like a certified hater, bro. He just took a little bit too much of the humanity, fuck yeah, Jews.
Shut. Now, if I knew what I was doing, I would be ready already. Because it turns out there was a power crowbar back at the Mars base that I missed. So, back to Mars! Oh, huh. It sent me to the original drop zone, not where I left. Wait a minute, this is the same cutscene! This already happened! What the hell? Yeah, it turns out when you revisit a time you've already been to, you start all over. Except you still have your inventory from before. And it's now missing from where you originally were. Look, if I head back to Sydney... Okay, yeah, you do get shot again. Don't think that wasn't gonna happen. But now I don't have to concoct anything. I already have the antidote on me. I'm reliving what happened, but we have tangible proof I already did this. This is weird. Now don't worry, I'm not going to report this to the Time Police. I'm not even sure this is a violation. This is just weird. Okay, I've heard...
For the purposes of like going back to items you missed, this fucking sucks, man. Like, imagine having to replay an entire area just to get one item with like all of the cutscenes and stuff, and I'm assuming none of this is skippable because back in the day nothing was. Holy bro.
One theory of time travel is that you don't really travel back in time. Instead, you shift to a parallel universe at a different point. But if that's true, wouldn't it be an infinite conga line of a parallel you from another universe switching to yours? Well, I guess not in the Journeyman Project. I don't have answers for you, but if I were to guess, Journeyman is saying we have infinite parallel universes to invade, but they're all virgin territory. No one's gonna breach into ours. We're number one. We can do what we want with these.
What a weird acid trip of a game, but it's kind of beautiful in a way.
But then how the hell are we correcting our own timeline? I don't know. I don't know what's going on here.
Let me just... You are also assuming you know where the item is. What if you don't? Oh yeah, that's the classic of old games. You just have to know, man, or just drop the fucking game. Skill issue, I guess. Welcome to the time where internet was not invented, brother. Better get that, better pay for that specific guidebook for this specific game. That is also so filled with filler, because if they wrote a normal guide, you would never pay that price. But it looks like, if it looks like this fat, then you go like, oh, there is a fuck ton of things to do in this game, I better get this guidebook, and then it's like 3 pages of actual guides and the rest is the author talking about fucking whatever.
Time travel's not always nice.
Wild times, man. Wild times. Or hope that your favorite gaming magazine has the solutions in it.
Neat with a bow ribbon on it. Anyway, we head to the conference center again, open the door, get a snazzy sequence of the robot shooting at us with a smile on his face. That just drains our energy though, it's not a big deal. We chase him down, and then it varies how you take him out depending on what game you're in. We get him, grab the chips, and another recall. Although if we just stand here slack-jawed, I think our death screen is definitely better in the original. The concentrated blast of the robot's plasma weapon cut through you like a warm knife through butter. He had no regrets. Yeah, robots usually don't.
Holy.
Back in the future present, it's time to head back to the future past, to NORAD 6. Yeah, this is an underwater defense base. Now, we tried this already, but this time we have the air mask from the Mars base. So being gassed is no big deal now. Now, if we head out, the robot starts blasting us with plasma again, which isn't fatal, but it lowers our time jump energy. But there's an exploit here. If you just turn your back to him and back up, he doesn't exist. So if you moonwalk towards the robot, you're invincible. This might be the first, if not only, case of moonwalking making you invincible. I know there was that Moonwalker game for Genesis, but I don't think it made you invincible in that. So yeah, I approve. I mean, moonwalking is kind of a superpower in itself. We may as well go all the way. Inside the base, I really got stuck and had to look up what to do. I made it to this door where there's a retina scanner, but...
You got stuck in a 90s point-and-click adventure game? Shocking, man. The only great guidebook was ironically Daikatana, where the book was far better than the game. It had a lot of details and actually explained the thought process so you know what they did wrong. Damn. Man, Daikatana was a fucking special kind of a fuck-up. Oh yeah, bullshit checks was such an issue with roguelikes back in the day. Oh, you drank tainted water without a protection amulet? Say goodbye to your 20-hour run. Jesus Christ. Man, I'll be honest, I don't miss this period of gaming. Because, holy fuck, like, designers were bumbling around trying to, like, throw shit at the wall and see what sticks, and occasionally they would develop just an infuriating game, and they didn't see a problem with it because they spent 8 years fucking playing this piece of shit, so they think like everybody will have their thought process. Man.
Couldn't pass it. Well, a walkthrough said I had to use my retinal biochip, but I don't have a retinal bio... Oh no, they did it. This game came out in '93, which I thought meant we were just barely in the safe zone. Even Sierra generally stopped making games that could completely screw you by this time. Not Journeyman. No. I got screwed a long time ago. I'm missing a bunch of biochips. I had to go back and look at the footage. Yeah, right here. I need these biochips to complete the game, and I thought the game automatically grabbed them all. Look, the image even shows them all pulled, except for one that was damaged. I thought I had all the biochips when I already lost the game and didn't know it. At first I thought I wasn't fast enough, which is some real garbage design. You know how in Mega Man you get different abilities from each boss which you need by the end of the game? Well, imagine you've defeated the boss, you're running towards the item drop, then bam, back to the menu screen. Too slow. Except you can keep playing not realizing you needed that ability. That's essentially what's happened here. Jesus, I didn't remember Journeyman did this crap too. Except upon further investigation, I wasn't too slow. The problem was I selected the chips in the wrong order. As soon as I get this chip, bam.
How would you know? How would you know? How would you know what order to grab them in, man? This is some fucking bullshit. Holy shit.
Sequence is done, you don't even get a chance to grab the others. They did this twice in a row, too. I was going from top to bottom. Nope, should have gone bottom, top, middle, even though there was absolutely no reason to think that's what you should do. Well, good job, Journeyman, you caught me slipping. See, here I was just assuming that if I screwed up, the game would just tell me and I'd get a death screen. I mean, that's the honest way of doing things. You know, I'm usually more forgiving for flawed gameplay in old games like this because things were less established. But no, I'm not seeing any excuses for this. Even from a time where adventure gaming was still kind of new and we're making up the rules as we go, why would you think something like this is a good idea?
This reminded me of a great video to add to the pile. It's called A Game Called Adam and the Legacy of Roguelikes. Okay, I'll check it out.
And that means I need to replay some of Mars and all of the conference and NORAD all over again.
Oh my god.
Well,
so annoying,
hey,
man.
Why don't we head back to Pegasus Prime? NORAD 6 is another area I want to say is almost a total improvement on the original. Now, they did disable the moonwalking since they must have realized that was too powerful, but instead, if you disable the sleeping gas, then we're treated to some more quality acting instead.
Get your hands in the air!
Yeah, turns out the robot was doing us a favor activating the sleeping gas. But the biggest difference is now we have to traverse the ocean floor in a sub. And it's such a big deal, the game even turns off the HUD to go full screen on us. It's just another QuickTime event game, and I want to say is pure trial and error, though it looks pretty great. Also, I want to say the music is bordering on an 80s chase scene now instead of 90s.
That's a booper. That's
After
a
that,
banger,
the game
man.
mostly syncs up with the original, except you're not automatically screwed. That's a pretty big difference. Okay, I swallowed my pride and redid the entire segments again. This time making damn sure I got that retinal chip. This leads us to a geography puzzle where the robot keeps trying to launch a nuclear missile and we have to cancel it from that silo. Then he picks a new one and so on. The game will shout out a geography location and you have to locate it before the time runs out. Kind of reminds me of something. Now in Pegasus Prime, this is fine, no problem. But in the original, oh my god. The game wants you to use an in-game trackball, and its accuracy is some of the worst I've ever seen. I'm trying to select Hawaii. I know where it is, it's right there. Can't I just click on it? I'm gonna run out of time at this rate. The robot goes through a dozen silos or so. There, finally. Yeah, notice how the hitbox is off? That's nice. Though that is not the main problem. If the only issue was a skewed hitbox, I could just circle around the target until I found it.
A time, man, such a time capsule, those old, like, point-and-click adventures. Holy shit, man.
No, this is one of the most frustrating interactions I've ever had. If I tap it, it either does nothing or else moves too far. There is just nothing in between. I think sometimes I can shake up the alignment if I start rapid scrolling, but this is a nightmare. My god! Why is that not good enough? See, the virtual trackball here is a crime against gaming, but it's not like my mouse tracking in-game was first-rate either. This is bad. Not what I need with the time pressure of preventing a missile launch. Okay, I've made it to Spain. But come on, Spain's right there. Come on. Missile launched. We don't even get a death screen. It just pulls us back to the future present, and I think we lost? I don't know. The second time around isn't much better. It's just sheer luck if I'll hit the target or not. Well, moving ahead, I did it. The suspense was real.
I applaud the patience. Holy shit, man. I really respect him for doing this.
So we avert the missile launch, and the robot is furious. So now he's hunting me personally, since he failed his mission. This raises some interesting questions. First, I like speculating what would happen to the timeline if I just jump back right now. The missile launch has been averted. That was the big change. The timeline is mostly safe now, except we have a rampaging robot looking for me and I wouldn't be there. I mean, launching a missile at a country, that's a huge change that'll affect the course of history. But a robot going berserk and killing people randomly, that's not as big, just kind of crazy. I mean, it might change the timeline, or it might not do much. I imagine the military would eventually put it down, but they might be really confused as to what's going on. Plus, what's the robot's programming? When the Terminator is done with its mission, it just sort of goes into sleep mode because it doesn't have any other orders. But this one's still out for blood. And that's the other question. How do robot emotions work? Would the robot's anger for me fade in time like a regular person? Or would it be precisely as intense years from now as it is right now? Like he just goes berserk and then can't stop. Anyway, the trackball was awful, so that was a badly needed change in Pegasus Prime. But then the tables turn. Now in the original game, the robot is coming for me and I'm supposed to stop him with this power clamp thing. I click about where he is, then activate. Done. He's been clamped. It's over. Not so in Pegasus Prime. Oh god. Okay, first off, at some points in the game, your controls are locked out until an animation finishes playing, and this is one of them. So you're helpless to do anything as the robot takes 10 seconds to lumber in here. Then I timed it. You have exactly 4 seconds to react. If you don't, you're locked out again. Then the robot spends 25 seconds to come kill you while you stand there staring at him. Yep, he got me. So no problem. This time I move the claw to him and grab him. That should do it, right? Nope, he still comes through the window, even though he's clamped. And this next part is kind of a metaphor for an issue I've had my whole life, where people will tell you something they think is obvious, but my brain sees way too many possibilities that seem like they could work also, so it's not obvious to me. For example, there's a rotate button here. Does that spin the entire arm or just the clamp? I don't know, but wouldn't either one work to subdue the robot if he's clamped? I mean, you just need to get him away from you. Plus, it wasn't even obvious to me if I needed to spin the arm first. But no, apparently just selecting the direction was enough. Well, turns out the spin button appears to do nothing at all. I tried it both ways. He killed me both times. So then I thought maybe just clamping and moving him away from me would work? Nope, dead. Nope, dead.
What the fuck are we doing? What the hell is Journeyman smoking, man?
Yes,
Holy.
Literally the last option left. I mean, what the hell kind of puzzle is this? It's pretending to use logic, but it's just guess the button to press. Now, there are no chip tricks in Pegasus Prime, but before we move on, let's talk some more about robot destruction, because this is what matters in life. Okay, on my desk screens, you may have noticed a Gandhi bonus. The TSA emphasizes how you should avoid violence if at all possible. So if you resolve conflicts non-violently, the game gives you more points for that. Well, that makes sense. You want to have a light touch on the time stream, except the only entities you ever need to be violent towards in this game are robots. Okay, I have two issues with this Gandhi bonus here. The first is what the game considers violence or not. Okay, it turns out crushing the robot with a giant clamp is the non-violent option. I also could have run away and compressed the chamber and killed it with air pressure, but that's the violent way. I mean, I guess the compression is...
Wow. I mean, it's a robot, it's not a real sentient... It's not a real sentient, like, being. What?
Potentially more damaging to the chips, so okay. That makes sense if we want to preserve these biochips in his head, but with the last robot, my options were to either turn on the fire sprinkler or else zap him with high voltage. I mean, he's short-circuiting either way. I guess the sprinkler is better? What if that corrodes the chip?
Yeah.
But then on Mars, we were blasting him with electrical charges as opposed to damaging the ship. I don't know, none of this is really striking me as less violent than the other. I mean, if you shoot your computer with a gun, yeah, that's gonna mess it up. But if you connect live current straight to the CPU, that's gonna fry it too. I mean, if this was a human, we could clearly...
This is a game where if I played it, I would literally, this is the last game I would ever expect to have like a fucking karma or like good versus evil's choice system. What the fuck? That serves no purpose.
Evaluate what's more violent. But it's a friggin' robot. We only need to shut it down. It doesn't feel pain, does it? What's the problem here? Why does it even matter if we stop it violently? And that brings me to my other issue in calling this the Gandhi bonus. Okay, I did not read a biography of Mohandas Gandhi in preparation for this episode. I'm sorry, everyone. But my limited knowledge of him knows that he was all about civil disobedience. Nonviolent resistance to an unjust authority. So far, so good. But what was Gandhi's stance on robots? Would he have had a problem with violence towards robots? Now, we can't know, of course, because they weren't around in his time, but if he ever intentionally damaged machinery for any reason, then I think we have our answer. Maybe some historians could weigh in. Plus, I have to wonder if robots wouldn't have altered his attitude a little bit. I mean, Gandhi was resisting the British Empire. Well, what if instead of sending in soldiers, you know, human beings, most of whom have a conscience, the British just sent in automated mechs programmed to quell any riots? So if there was a big protest, the mechs move in and start killing people until they disperse. What if they didn't even station soldiers in India and just outsourced everything to the mechs and their AI? Would Gandhi still be nonviolent against mechs? I don't know. I'm not convinced Gandhi would have a problem with me destroying this robot any way I wanted. Well, back to the future present again. I guess we've corrected history.
I can't wait to see the finale of this game, because what the fuck is that going to be, man? Holy.
Oh wait, not quite. I never finished Mars and Pegasus Prime. Okay, so we know what happens, but there are some differences. Now the Mars maze looks a lot better and more interesting, and they do have the music. But wait, what did they do? They added this ominous wailing mixed in. No!
What the
This is
fuck?
a great theme. It's been corrupted now. Just because droning sounds may fit Mars better normally, too late. They got it right the first time. You can't fix what's not broken, and this is not an improvement to me. Whoa, not that way. And I was putting this off because I've already mentioned this in another episode, but what the hell are we doing walking around in the Martian atmosphere with just an air mask? Once again, there's this thing called air pressure. You know, game, the thing we killed a robot with? Now, Mars does have an atmosphere, but it may as well not. It's less than 1% of the air pressure of what we have on Earth. So your air mask would help, but you'd probably still black out, and I believe your blood and any other liquid in your body would eventually start boiling from the pressure difference. I don't even want to think about what it would do to your eyes. So yeah, this is no good, Journeyman. Anyway, the rest is mostly the same. We get another QuickTime event for the Mars chase, and it looks better, but the music here is a little too chill for a chase scene.
Yeah,
I mean, if this was playing in a bar and you wanted to relax, this music would work. I mean, compare that to the original where you get that ooh as the sun hits your eyes. Yeah, again, I think we lost something. The combat segment is way easier, and once again, the game does not screw you here. And that restores our timeline in both games. And our boss is now happy to see us, as opposed to ordering our execution. That's a difference. And yes, this is giving me double takes when I hear him telling me to stop Sinclair.
Get out in the field and find Sinclair, if you can.
I mean, Sin came out later than these games. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. I mean, we both have evil scientists named Sinclair as our villains. Though Elliot's more complicated. It's not as simple as evil. I mean, we find out for the missile launch that he didn't actually want the missile to kill people. He just wanted to disrupt the peace talks going on, so he told the robot to detonate it in midair. So he's not a complete maniac, but then why did he use a robot that wanted to kill all humans?
The only good human is a dead human.
Also, he was talking with glee about killing everyone on Mars. So he's inconsistent, but he's a very human villain. So we've restored the timelines, but we still need to stop Sinclair, and I think I know where he is. And back in the original game, I once again get stuck. I was trying to leave the facility, I go to the teleporter, it wants me to insert my card, but where's my card? Did I leave it when I changed into the suit? I can't even get back into that room. I obviously used it to get here. What happened? So I checked the walkthrough and it says to use my card. Oh no. The game glitched. I once again cannot finish it. Somehow I don't have my transport card anymore. When did this happen? I can't find it in any of my old saves. Well, I guess this explains the elaborate keyring designs of the future. People keep losing their cards. You know how some people will carry their wallet on a chain as a security or fashion thing? Well, this feels like I have my wallet on a chain, only to look down and find somebody used bolt cutters on it, and now my wallet's gone. So not only was I right to be paranoid, I wasn't paranoid enough. Okay, I checked the footage. This is when it happened. I was done with the card, the game automatically moved it back to my inventory, then bam, that's when it disappeared. Looks like Agent 5 is a Butterfingers. I was doomed again and never knew it.
That is fucked, man. That is fucked.
But the whole point of the Journeyman Project Turbo was to fix the bugs. I guess I need the Turbo Nitrous Oxide Twin Exhaust Edition. Well, I'm not replaying the whole game. Thankfully, this isn't the most obscure game, and I was able to find some save files. Which is really what I should have done earlier, but all is not lost. But let's switch back to Pegasus Prime. This is another improvement since the game actually gave us a clue where Sinclair was. On the rooftop of Caldoria, ready to snipe some aliens. Well, we blew open the door with the keycard bomb we confiscated off his Mars robot, kill ourselves, then do it again, and if we approach him, apparently we're too slow to stop an old man with his back turned to us, and he snipes the aliens. I warned you. But if we flank him and he ignores us, even though we just blew a hole in the wall, then we get a clear shot with a stun gun we confiscated off his other robot and bring him down. But wait, there's more. Turns out Sinclair brought a nuclear bomb with him to go off with an elaborate disarming procedure.
Why does he hate the fucking aliens this much? He's willing to kill himself in a nuclear blast to fucking stop the peace talks. What the hell? Wait, so because he didn't put it into his inventory himself, it's gone forever? I don't think that's what happened. I think the game is supposed to give it to you automatically. It just didn't. Like, he was supposed to have it in his inventory when that cutscene ended, and he just didn't. The game completely glitched out. Which is like... Which is completely fucked up, man.
Just in case he couldn't get the shot off. And I would be okay with this, except we're on a timer. Come on. Well, while I'm trying to defuse the bomb here, I have to say Sinclair certainly brought his A game. I mean, he killed a lot of people in the past to solidify us never coming in contact with aliens. And here he is incapacitated, and he's a bigger threat than ever. I think if the aliens knew just how close one man was to getting...
But this would just put humanity in a war which that he doesn't know they can win. I don't think he thought that far ahead. I don't know, man.
I don't know what to say. They might not be making contact like this. So I guess the lesson is, if we can hide how bad we are as a species, then we can join the Space Peace Coalition. Oh, and I think this answers our earlier question about security if he was able to smuggle in a sniper rifle and a nuclear bomb into Caldoria. Caldoria's security is not good. Anyway, I made it to stage 5, but the timer ran out. I wasn't fast enough. These are not simple puzzles to be giving me a timer. I ended up using a walkthrough here, not because I can't do this, but because I don't want to redo everything and speedrun the earlier stages just to give myself more time to think about stages 5 and 6. I don't like this design. But we disarm the bomb, our boss calls in telling us he thinks Sinclair is on the roof, and is glad we already did everything. Then my coworker bitterly congratulates me?
Wouldn't you know it, while we were all watching the future unfold, little boy Wonder here was saving the past.
This isn't a very functional agency. And that's it. It kicks me to the end screen, then the credits.
Oh, that ending sucks, man. That's it? There's no, like...
Push a preview.
It might be real. This is a rare case when I think a game is just not worth your time. Like, what was it? It wasn't fun. It didn't have like that much of an interesting premise. It didn't say anything. This is like, holy, this is kind of a like filler video game. Like you were contracted to do 5 video games and you're like, point and click adventure, space time travel, robot, go.
Of Journeyman Project 2 on me. No, I'm not spoiling that for myself. Well, that ending's kind of lame. But I remember the originals being better. Am I right? Well, let's find out. I'm not sure the original gives us any reason to go to the roof, but we blow the door and this time are too cool to worry about explosions.
Get back! Don't try to stop me! This will end it one way or another. Get back!
Yeah, whatever. It's nap time, old man. And that's it. No nuke to disarm. And bam, kicks me to an end screen also. But then we get a slideshow recapping the adventure and some pretty good end music. Yeah, this music is a lot better. This is exactly the sort of thing I like to hear after saving the world. Why didn't the remake keep this? And that's the Journeyman Project. What to say? I guess first off, the remake really is different from the original. The original turned into such a minefield I can't really recommend it to anyone, but I feel like Pegasus Prime sold a little bit of its soul in the making. It was lacking that positivity. And this doesn't happen to me often, but I think my memory of the game was better than it actually is. It was impressive for the time, but I don't think it really holds up that well. Now the music holds up, and I think that's the reason I had fond memories of this. And I think the theme is still good too.
The music is definitely the high point of this. Holy.
But the execution, The Journeyman Project is unusual for a time travel story because except for 200 million BC, the entire game takes place in the future. I think that's a great idea, but the problem was everywhere we went was a boxed-in corridor and we didn't have much context. So we didn't really get a feel for each time period. We really needed the full tour of our various futures. I'm not even sure this game is in Utopia now. I think I was just assuming things. I'll have to keep looking. Except for liking the music just as much now as when I first played it, this whole thing has left me kind of confused. But you get too deep into time travel, and that's usually what ends up happening. So I guess it gets some points for authenticity, too. Okay, that's the episode. Stay tuned for... damn it. See, I don't even know which timeline I'm on anymore. I don't want to promise the wrong thing. Well, something's coming. I mean, we stopped the nuke, so yeah, we're good.
What a weird game. What a weird game. Okay, the live footage, like things like that are fucking awesome, man, but I don't know if I would like ever subject myself to this game because man, that ending really was lacking. Holy. Somebody traveled through time and as a result messed up the game, which is why Ross's memories are better. Yeah, that's probably it. And that's it for this. That's it for this video. If you are watching later on YouTube, thank you very much for watching and enjoying my content. And consider joining us on stream where we banter throughout all of the videos, you know. As you can see, the white void is right behind me. I'm gonna get molecularized soon, so yeah, enjoy the content while you can. And yeah, for the stream, that's gonna be it too. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like end the stream pretty much right now because I have to let out my cat out of the bathroom because he's banging on the door and it's really annoying. So yeah, I will watch that death scene first thing next stream, I promise. And yeah, I will comb through your recommendations and put them in also. This has been like quite a long one, but nevertheless enjoyable.